Chapter 1872. The Tribulation Ancestor's eyes had three colors. He glanced at Qin Feng with a pair of mystical eyes, his expression unchanged as he smiled. Lightning Ancestor, in this world, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I wonder if you can give me some face and spare this boy's life? The Tribulation Ancestor didn't seem to be prepared to fight Qin Feng right away. Tribulation Ancestor. In the demon region, the Gantian demon lord wasn't happy to see the Tribulation Ancestor. Instead, his face was ashen. Oh, it seems that the thief has finally been caught by the master. In the ancient wilderness heavenly region, a pair of divine eyes looked through the heavens at the Tribulation Ancestor, who had suddenly appeared. The ancient wilderness Saint Emperor raised his eyebrows, a gloating expression appearing on his face. Your Majesty, cuddling in his arms, the goddess in Tsai's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the ancient wilderness Saint Emperor with a puzzled expression. Didn't the Tribulation Ancestor say that he was the backer of the Gantian demon lord? Backer? He used to be. The ancient wilderness Saint Emperor curled his lips. But since Gantian Mountain secretly stole the authority of the Gantian demon region, I'm afraid that's not the case anymore. After saying that, the ancient wilderness Saint Emperor chuckled. Gantian Mountain is a formidable person. If he's given a chance to break through to the divine ancestor realm, he might really become a powerful figure. But he's just unlucky. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous second-level eternal realm expert would break through to the divine ancestor realm before him? And he even implicated that person. His plan was ruined. That person, the goddess in Tsai's beautiful eyes flickered. Sensing that he had misspoken, the ancient wilderness Saint Emperor's starry eyes flickered, and he casually touched the goddess in Tsai's chest, causing her to blush unnaturally. Don't know too much. With your current cultivation, it won't do you any good to know too much. In the same place, Qin Feng looked at the Tribulation Ancestor indifferently. Your Majesty, you don't think that you can save Gantian Mountain from me with just a clone, do you? It seems that your Majesty isn't going to give me face. The tricolored eyes of the Tribulation Ancestor lit up. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he could see billions of worlds trembling as countless calamities followed. Amidst the calamity, an imposing and heroic figure appeared. It was as if millions upon millions of heavens and earth were trembling and wailing for him. Qin Feng shook his head indifferently. Although Tribulation Ancestor's face is great, it can't compare to the hatred of being killed. People of our generation should traverse millions of worlds and repay kindness with kindness and hatred with vengeance. Tribulation Ancestor, there's no need to say much. In the end, we'll have to fight. Qin Feng directly attacked. His power was unparalleled. The full power of the eternal true thunder erupted, and the sacred ancestor, sacred domain, swept across the past and present, refining the universe. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. It was as if the power of 10,000 gods had gathered, breaking through time and space. What a powerful, true lightning force. The title of Lightning Ancestor is well-deserved. When they saw this scene, many ancient existences sighed in admiration. Fine, I'll have to do it anyway. The Tribulation Ancestor's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, boundless power erupted from his body. The power of countless disasters, such as wind disasters, fire disasters, weapons disasters, mental demons disasters, floods, and meteorites, gathered together and began to destroy Qin Feng's sacred domain from the inside. Then, he strolled over and walked among the eternal true thunder. He seemed to be unscathed, and he threw a punch at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed, and the two fists collided. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. Bang! His body was sent flying by the Tribulation Ancestor's punch like a cannonball. Hundreds of miles away, he broke through countless space-times and appeared above the void, looking at the Tribulation Ancestor with a strange gaze. Qin Feng could clearly feel that his power was far superior to that of the Tribulation Ancestor's clone. However, when he threw a punch just now, he felt that his palm, which could split the sky, did not cause any harm to the Tribulation Ancestor at all. Instead, he was sent flying by the Tribulation Ancestor's seemingly weaker punch. Not only that, but the power of the eternal divine domain and the eternal true thunder seemed to be ineffective when they landed on the Tribulation Ancestor. However, Qin Feng was also a person with astonishing intelligence. With just a thought, he understood the reason. It was the power of disasters. The Tribulation Ancestor himself had mastered the power of disasters. The eternal true thunder he used and the power he threw out with his palm were all disasters to the Tribulation Ancestor. As long as it was a disaster, the Tribulation Ancestor could completely absorb it and even render the opponent's attack ineffective. He was in an invincible position. In the depths of space-time, many pairs of eyes were watching this scene. Quite a number of experts were grinning. It seems that the Tribulation Ancestor is having a headache. In the Shatter Heavenly Domain, several ancient existences stood on the edge of the Shatter General's huge throne and looked at the Gantian Demon Domain from afar. Although the Tribulation Ancestor's laws of disasters are not the strongest, they're the most difficult to kill. In fact, it's not that difficult to deal with them. On the throne, the Shatter General stood tall and strong. He was handsome and had thick black hair, and there was a mighty power that could destroy everything and make the world tremble. Most importantly, the Tribulation Ancestor's real body is still in the Central Domain. It's just a clone. Hearing that, the ancient existences behind him looked at each other and then looked at the Gantian Demon Domain. In the Demon Domain, the Tribulation Ancestor was sent flying by a punch. Just as the Shatter General said, Qin Feng looked calm. Qin Feng was no stranger to the laws of disasters. He had practiced the Twilight of the Gods. Although his strength was not as strong as the Tribulation Ancestors, he knew a thing or two about the laws of disasters. Space-time imprisonment. Qin Feng cast a space-time divine technique, which seemed to freeze billions of worlds and space-time and fix the Tribulation Ancestor in place. The power of imprisonment is indeed the best way to deal with my laws of disasters. However, Supreme One, you didn't become a divine ancestor with space-time laws. A divine technique alone can't trap me. The Tribulation Ancestor's tricolored eyes flickered. As he smiled, an invisible force surged around him, and the space-time divine force around him was instantly destroyed. The great tribulation of the heavens. At the same time, he made a seal with his hands and shouted. A terrifying wave of energy burst out. Vaguely, billions of worlds appeared behind him and turned into a huge handprint. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. As the Tribulation Ancestor made the handprint, he seemed to feel the great tribulation of the chaos epoch rolling in from the depths of space-time and drawing into the depths of his soul. It wanted to drag his soul into it and completely destroy it. It's the power of the chaos epoch. The Tribulation Ancestor has comprehended part of the essence of the chaos epoch tribulation. How is that possible? He can control the chaos epoch tribulation. The Tribulation Ancestor is in big trouble. In the depths of countless worlds, the pupils of many ancient existences suddenly shrank when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with horror and shock. Chapter 1873. The power of the chaos epoch alternation isn't that amazing. In the ancient desolation heavenly region, the ancient desolation Saint Emperor frowned when he sensed the gazes that had changed. There was a cold smile in his godlike eyes. The power of the chaos epoch alternation was incredibly powerful. Even eternal true Saint would frown if such a power gathered together. The Tribulation Ancestor had only scratched the surface of the mysteries of the chaos epoch alternation. Even so, it was still quite troublesome for the newly ascended Lightning Ancestor. Qin Feng did find it somewhat troublesome. The omnipresent tribulation power twisted around him through karma and pressed down on his soul, eroding it like a flood. Under this erosion, Qin Feng's perception of the origin laws of heaven and earth seemed to become abnormally sluggish. Sacred domain, open. Feeling the pressure, Qin Feng furrowed his brows and roared in anger. With him, as the center, endless and mysterious multicolored light appeared around him. The vast and majestic light shook the boundless space and time, as if every inch of the sky in a monster realm was drowned by the multicolored light. The mighty tribulation energy that surged over was instantly scattered by the multicolored light, and it was isolated from the outside world. The sacred domain. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many ancient existences who had always been involved in the battlefield turned grim. The sacred domain was the sacred ancestor's strongest ability. He was above the god domain of all gods. The power of the sacred domain was the foundation of the god domain and gave birth to many inconceivable powers. I call the shots in my territory. I'm no longer limited to certain conditions. I'm about to evolve into an all-round and omnipotent existence. The tribulation ancestor's expression didn't change in the face of this, but a faint smile flashed through his eyes. In truth, he'd already won by forcing the lightning ancestor to use the sacred domain. After all, he was just a clone. If his true body had come and used the sacred domain, he would have had a great chance of winning. At this moment, most of the ancient experts who had witnessed this scene understood what it meant. However, they weren't too surprised. After all, the lightning ancestor had just become a sacred ancestor. However, the tribulation ancestor was different. He was an ancient existence that had attained the body of a divine ancestor during the last era, and his ability was absolutely not something an ordinary divine ancestor could compare to. Qin Feng also understood the meaning, but Qin Feng didn't care. He had just achieved Tao in this epoch, and he still had a lot of room for growth. In the future, he might not be weaker than the tribulation ancestor. Space-time banishment. He let out a soft cry and unleashed another space-time divine technique. This time, he channeled the power of the sacred domain, and a vast milky white light shrouded the tribulation ancestor's clone. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation ancestor's clone was sent flying toward a distant, unfamiliar space. In an instant, he slipped through tens of millions of space-time and was about to fall into an unknown space-time storm. Inside the space-time storm, the tribulation ancestor raised his eyebrows. He wanted to use the same trick again, by mobilizing the tribulation power of the heavens to break the restraint and return to the south heavenly realm. However, Qin Feng didn't give him the chance this time. Open. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp. His divine sense locked onto a special space-time and cast a forbidden space-time technique. Without a sound, hundreds of millions of miles of space-time were directly pierced through and connected to an unknown space-time. Vaguely, there was a huge, terrifying black river there. Whereas many ancient beings noticed the unknown, strange space-time. There was a strange power in that space-time, which seemed to be able to easily suppress even the eternal heavenly lords. It's the depths of the ancient void cave. The Pangus Saint Emperor recognized the strange space-time right away. It was the world inside the ancient void cave that Qin Feng had told him about. The tribulation ancestor is in trouble this time. The Pangus Saint Emperor laughed. Qin Feng's move could be said to have caught the tribulation ancestor's biggest weakness. The tribulation ancestor's clone was refined by the tribulation origin, so it couldn't cause any harm to some lethal divine powers. However, it couldn't resist space-time divine powers and the power of banishment. Almost defenseless, the tribulation ancestor's clone was directly hit by the divine art. It turned into a beam of light that pierced through hundreds of millions of space-time and was sent into the depths of the ancient void cave. This time, the tribulation ancestor's power didn't work. After falling into the ancient void cave, a terrifying vortex erupted from the depths of the Mother River in the void and pulled it in. In an unknown space-time in the central heavenly realm, a black figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. Three-colored divine light flowed, and in an instant, there seemed to be countless calamities descending upon countless living beings in hundreds of millions of space-time. Billions of living beings and innumerable worlds were turned into ashes by the sudden eruption of calamities. His gaze was indifferent. It seemed to have pierced through countless space-time and landed on the south heavenly realm. "You could trap my clone." "Interesting," he murmured. The tribulation ancestor's expression was a little strange. There weren't many places that could trap him, even if it was just a clone. As a divine ancestor in countless worlds who had achieved the body of a divine ancestor through the laws of calamities, he was said to be immortal as long as there were calamities in the heavens. Although the clone couldn't use his sacred domain, it had inherited all the other divine powers, which was equivalent to having 30% of his strength. It seems that the ancient void cave is indeed full of mysteries. The tribulation ancestor was tempted to return to the south heavenly realm immediately, but he soon suppressed that impulse and looked at the central heavenly realm. At the moment, he could vaguely sense several divine ancestor auras that weren't weaker than his own in the central heavenly realm. In the depths of the central heavenly realm, a magnificent treasure light vaguely appeared, and a great chi aura was hidden and released. That Tao artifact was about to be born. After waiting for so long, the tribulation ancestor didn't want to give up such a great opportunity. He glanced in the direction of the Gantian demon region, where three-colored demonic light flowed. At the moment, he had achieved his goal. "Lightning ancestor, we'll meet again," he thought to himself, then chuckled. But then he thought of the Gantian demon lord. A cold light flashed in the tribulation ancestor's eyes. That was just one of his mounts, and he didn't expect him to collude with others to deceive him. If it weren't for the lightning ancestor, Gantian would have almost turned the tables. However, Gantian demon lord and the lightning ancestor had an irreconcilable feud, so he didn't expect to gain any benefits. However, Gantian demon lord was one of his subordinates, and it wouldn't sound good if word got out. He had to fight the lightning ancestor in the future to let it go. Just as the tribulation ancestor thought, a space-time divine art banished the tribulation ancestor's clone. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the Gantian demon lord, and then he cast a purple divine art, destroying his soul and true body. "Save me." Gantian demon lord looked unwilling. Before he died, he stared at a certain spot in the void and roared at the sky. However, there was no movement in the void. The purple divine art fell, turning into thousands of lightning bolts and completely killing him. Chapter 1874. The Gantian demon lord was also a hero of his generation and almost became a divine ancestor. Unfortunately, he died in the end. Qin Feng caught up from behind and took advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Qin Feng looked thoughtfully at the place where the Gantian demon lord disappeared. "Save me." If Qin Feng didn't hear wrong, it seemed that the person who asked for help wasn't the tribulation ancestor. Qin Feng was sure of that. He got the news from the Panga divine ancestor that the master of the Gantian demon region was the tribulation ancestor. A while ago, the news of a Tao artifact appearing in the central heavenly region caused the divine ancestors of the south heavenly realm to move and enter the central heavenly region. The tribulation ancestor was one of them. Although the tribulation ancestor had left, he left his mount, the Gantian demon lord, to rule the Gantian demon region. However, the Gantian demon lord wasn't honest. He took the opportunity to swallow the power of the demon region under the cover of a powerful divine ancestor and wanted to get rid of the tribulation ancestor's control. Obviously, he couldn't ask the tribulation ancestor for help after secretly swallowing Gantian. There was only one answer, and that was the mysterious divine ancestor behind him. Qin Feng's expression changed. He didn't just offend the tribulation ancestor this time. He also offended another mysterious and powerful divine ancestor. But Qin Feng didn't care too much. As a cultivator, one had to be decisive in killing, be quick to repay kindness and enmity, and vent the anger in one's heart. He looked at the vast demon region. Gantian demon region had fallen, and its wealth, including the entire demon region, had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng's eyes changed. He turned the sacred domain around him into a bright light that filled the entire demon region, refining dozens of heavenly regions thousands of divine regions, and countless subsidiary planes. There were still many loyal members of Gantian Demon Region who tried to resist or escape, but they were enveloped by the sacred domain. In an instant, their true bodies and divine souls were refined into bones. Most of the experts knew what was good for them. The Gantian Demon Lord had fallen, and there was an old emperor above him. Anyone else would be the same. The eyes of many ancient overlords in the south heavenly realm flickered rapidly, but none of them dared to make a move to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. However, there were also some ancient existences who sneered at this scene. Now that the Gantian Demon Region was occupied by this new saint ancestor, would the other saint ancestors just sit by and do nothing? One had to know that this mutated world contained enormous opportunities. Every inch of land was extremely precious to the sacred ancestor. In the sacred ancestor level, great Daos and magical laws de Shang didn't need destiny. In fact, they needed it even more than eternal heavenly monarchs. Providence could strengthen a civilization and assist it in its growth. This would accelerate the spread of the laws of heaven and earth that one created, which would indirectly strengthen the sacred ancestor. When the other ancient experts saw this, they slowly withdrew their gazes. The other three domain lords looked at this scene calmly. They didn't care who the Gantian Demon Region belonged to in the short term. However, the Destruction Army Lord and the Desolation Saint Emperor were still vigilant. If the Lightning Ancestor was greedy and targeted them after digesting the Gantian Demon Region, they would be able to deal with him at any time. In fact, the Destruction Army Lord and the Desolation Saint Emperor didn't believe that the Lightning Ancestor would attack them. The Lightning Ancestor had already offended the Tribulation Ancestor and the Saint Ancestor behind the Gantian Demon Lord. If he offended the people behind them, it would be difficult for him to survive in the future. In the Pangu heavenly realm, the Pangu Saint Emperor looked indifferent. Qin Feng's move was obviously to establish his own sect. However, in the Pangu Saint Emperor's opinion, it was obviously reasonable. No saint ancestor would easily be under another, not to mention that Qin Feng was a disciple of a true saint. If he was an ordinary saint ancestor, it would be fine to expel and suppress him and directly occupy the demon region. However, if he was a disciple of a true saint, it was very likely to involve a lot of powerful existences and even attract the attention of a true saint. Although it was unlikely that a true saint would pay attention to such a small fight, the Pangus Saint Emperor was unwilling to get involved in the trouble of fighting with a true saint. The demon region should now be renamed the 10,000 Gods Celestial Domain. After opening the saint region and refining the 10,000 Gods Celestial Domain, Qin Feng began to recruit the great gods of the heavens. Gradually, the 10,000 Gods Celestial Court belonged to the Divine Path. He opened the Divine Path Mountain Gate and taught the Divine Path of the Heavens to cultivate his wings. Although he said that he was cultivating his wings, it was just raising a flag. In fact, he didn't have a single Eternal Realm expert under him. His subordinates were all stragglers, and even some guest elders who originally belonged to Gantia Mountain. Many of the masters of the God region had left. It was probably because they didn't think highly of Qin Feng, their new master. They were afraid that the next time the other saint ancestors attacked, they would be implicated. Even some old antiques left this area, afraid that they would be implicated in big trouble. Qin Feng naturally knew the reason. As for these people, Qin Feng didn't ask them to stay and let them stay. However, a portion of his subordinates of the Pangu Celestial Domain all followed. The three god empresses of the Aso celestial race, the Yellow Emperor, Nu Ba, the ancestor of techniques, Fuxi, and many human experts. There were also Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Ling and her husband, Dugu Qiubai, and other unnamed disciples. However, Qin Feng didn't want these people to stay in the demon region. Just as those experts had predicted, this time they had offended two saint ancestors at once. If those two saint ancestors were to make a fuss, they would probably become sacrifices in the battle between the three saint ancestors. Thus, Qin Feng directly built a space-time gate and sent all these people into the Spirit Sea world. At this time, The spirit sea world was big enough. The huge spirit sea world was constantly merging with the world above the endless void. It was enough to nurture these gods who were walking on the road to eternity. Moreover, the spirit sea world also needed a group of experts to help the spirit sea heavenly court suppress the original number of experts, so that the spirit sea heavenly court would always maintain the initiative. It was better to leave the backyard of one's own house to one's trusted subordinates to manage. In the depths of the demon region, in a large piece of chaos, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. There was a mighty power and light on his body, as if he had merged with the countless gods in the heavens and realms. One could see countless gods on him. This mighty power was extremely terrifying. It seemed that no matter whether it was the gods in the heavens and earth, they all seemed to have become an extension of him, a saint ancestor who was born from the divine Tao. No matter which space-time, which world, as long as one was a god, they would be able to sense this power. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Currently, the group under his command had the spirit sea world as an escape route, so he didn't need to worry about it. Qin Feng placed more of his attention on the next choice. Farming style, world style, calamity style, becoming a saint through technique, becoming a saint through artifact. He needed to make a choice early. At present, it seemed that becoming a saint through artifact could be eliminated. Although Qin Feng had an incomplete Tao artifact, this Tao artifact had been split up. A part of it was in the hands of the Phoenix Concubine, and it could be the Phoenix Concubine's Tao Ascension treasure in the future. Chapter 1875. Apart from using tools to achieve the Tao, farming, world, tribulation, and Tao through techniques could all be chosen. Each of them had its advantages and disadvantages. Among them, using techniques to achieve the Tao needed to condense a core seed of spell technique. With this as the foundation, it would evolve into the 9 levels of the eternal holy technique. Using techniques to achieve the Tao was actually more suitable for some sacred ancestors who had powerful souls and were good at deduction. Sacred ancestors who had powerful souls and were good at deduction had many advantages if they chose to use techniques to achieve the Tao. Qin Feng had a few secret techniques to achieve the Tao through techniques in his mind. As for the collection of the Purple Cloud Palace, such as the Purple Flame True Spirit Secret Record, the 108,000 Heavenly Calamities, and the Heavenly Star 9 Brilliance Divine Technique. Those secret techniques were all taken in by the true saint of the Purple Cloud Palace, who was also Qin Feng's chief teacher. They were all left behind by some sacred ancestors who had failed to break through to the true saint realm, or some unique techniques created by other sacred ancestors. Each of these secret techniques was extremely precious. If they were placed in a high-level auction in the whirling sea's perfect immortal universe, each secret technique would be precious. It was enough for some sacred ancestors to pay a huge price to buy it. However, Qin Feng decided to put aside this thought of using techniques to achieve the Tao for the time being. He walked the path of balance. His physical body and soul were relatively powerful, but among the sacred ancestors, he was not the best in any aspect. There were advantages to this, but sometimes the disadvantages were obvious. However, it was certain that choosing to use techniques to achieve the Tao had no advantage for Qin Feng. The second was to enter the tribulation. This was a breakthrough method that followed the masses. It was also the craziest and most dangerous breakthrough method. The Purple Cloud Palace also had many peerless secret techniques for entering the tribulation. For example, the Qingyu Tribulation Transcendence Manual, the Myriad Tribulation Realm King Spirit Refining Technique, the Heavenly Fiend Nirvana Sutra, and other peerless secret techniques. Qin Feng did not consider this method for the time being. This was because any sacred ancestor would choose to enter the tribulation as long as the time was right. The prerequisite was to be prepared. For example, a sacred ancestor who used techniques to achieve the Tao had already condensed the first level of the perfected eternal holy technique. For example, a sacred ancestor of the world style had already strengthened the world in his body to withstand the first perfect great tribulation. As for the farming faction and the world faction, Qin Feng was actually a little hesitant. Qin Feng had an advantage over both the farming method and the world method because his spirit sea world had great potential. It was rare for a sacred ancestor's natal world to have such an opportunity, to be able to integrate with the great fortune of a chaos epic and gain the favor of the great fortune of Chaos Zone 1. However, the farming style and the world style were more troublesome. The farming style required one to manage a civilization, condense the fire of civilization, and then form the golden body of civilization or the godhead of civilization. If a civilization went in the wrong direction or had internal problems, the power of civilization would easily backfire. Once the civilization collapsed and the sacred ancestor suffered a backlash, he would most likely have to reincarnate and cultivate again. Just how much time would it take for him to recover all of his divine abilities after transcending the tribulation and starting over as a mortal? This was what Qin Feng feared the most about the farming style. This was because the progress of a civilization might be very fast, but it was also the easiest to collapse or backfire. If he encountered a sacred ancestor with ill intentions, it might be very troublesome. The world style was better because the world had an extremely powerful defense mechanism. If he entrusted his Tao to it, he would at least have some protection. However, the world style cultivated his natal world. Each world tribulation was usually more troublesome than the sacred ancestor's tribulation alone. The world tribulation was far more terrifying than the sacred ancestor's tribulation alone. However, with the great fortune of this epic, the spirit sea world had a higher chance of surviving the first perfect tribulation than ordinary worlds. Qin Feng was more inclined to the world style. However, the world style's Tao wasn't simple. The world style required one to oversee the world and use the world's authority to condense an item that represented the world's suppression. It could be a divine artifact. If one was good at refining artifacts, they could combine it with the artifact Tao and transform it into a supreme sacred artifact, such as a bell, a pagoda, a kettle, a stone sword, a zither, a banner, and so on. It could also be other symbolic items. If one was good at talismans, they could transform it into a supreme talisman. They could also transform it into a sun, a long river, and so on. In general, in Qin Feng's opinion, there were more choices for the world style. In the middle of the chaos, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the depths of the chaos. His eyes flickered. He had achieved the Tao with the divine Tao law. The divine Tao was based on the shepherd law. He wielded authority. God was related to heaven. Saint was related to earth. As the founder of the divine Tao law, Qin Feng also believed that the world style might be more suitable for him. Moreover, he now had a huge advantage. The spirit sea world's fortune had deepened and was developing rapidly. With its power after strengthening, it shouldn't be difficult for it to survive the first perfect tribulation. Qin Feng initially chose the world style. However, Qin Feng still had a plan in mind. He wasn't prepared to just walk the world style. Perhaps he could choose to enter the tribulation and focus on spell techniques. He could create his own Tao attainment technique. However, there was no doubt that no matter which Tao attainment technique he chose to support, the main one would still be the world style. There were many Tao attainment techniques in the purple cloud world. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have the intention of achieving the Tao through the world style in the early days. He even created the Yellow Court Tao Planning Sutra. He talked about his natal world turning into the Yellow Court world. The sun rose and the moon fell. The water and fire were blessed lands. The blessed lands turned into grotto heavens. The grotto heavens turned into immortal kingdoms. The various tribulation transcendent secret techniques were described in detail. In the chaos, Qin Feng felt that no matter which secret technique he chose, he should probably return to the Purple Cloud Palace. He had only seen these secret techniques in the library of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, they were only simple descriptions and weren't true teachings. He needed to exchange for them. Qin Feng frowned. There was a huge difference between having a secret technique and not having one. But how do I find the Purple Cloud Palace next? Qin Feng muttered in his heart. Back then, after Tao ancestor Hong Jun preached to him, he kicked him out of the Purple Cloud Palace. He also said that he could no longer enter the Purple Cloud Palace before he became a saint. Should I go to the Chaos Divine Realm? This thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. The Purple Cloud Palace was in the Chaos Divine Realm, which was the original chaos. However, the chaos had now been swallowed by the Eastern Heaven Realm. The original 20-odd master gods in the untainted land had all scattered. Even his 3 senior brothers had left the untainted land with their disciples. Qin Feng shook his head. The Purple Cloud Palace was a true saint dojo. If his true saint master didn't want to be found, no one else would be able to find him. Should I join a certain faction? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. There were many powerful factions in the various regions of the chaos, such as the Chaos Evil God Clan, the Creation God Clan, the Ancient God Clan, the Soul Clan, the Ancestor Clan, and so on. There were also high-level true saint, true teachings in the whirling central perfect universe. However, this was a bad idea. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the void. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 1876. It seemed that when Qin Feng was thinking about the Purple Cloud Palace, he had touched the threads of karma and alarmed an indescribably great existence. In the void, an incredulous gaze seemed to pass through the endless void and landed on Qin Feng from another dimension. Qin Feng felt an indescribable power. In front of that terrifying power, Qin Feng felt that even though he had created the rules of the Divine Tao and had the rules of the Divine Tao as his backing, he still felt like an ant. A true saint, this was the power of a true saint. It was Taoist Hongjun's gaze. Qin Feng instantly reacted. He stood up from where he was and bowed slightly towards the void above with a respectful expression. The enormous invisible will swept past Qin Feng and landed on Qin Feng after a moment. Immediately, Qin Feng felt that the enormous invisible pressure had suddenly become much gentler. A moment later, a purple light flew over from the depths of the endless void and appeared in front of Qin Feng in an instant. It landed on his palm. Rumble. In the void, the gaze instantly retreated. Qin Feng's gaze instantly fell on the object that had landed on his palm. The purple light in his hand transformed into a palm-sized jade token that flickered with purple mist. It exuded a meaty texture that was as warm as skin. In the center was a simple and primitive ancient character that was full of immortal spirit. The ancient character had a strange origin. Qin Feng frowned. Even though he had seen many characters, including ancient divine runes, shaman characters, and even the innately born Tao runes, he could not recognize the origin of the ancient character. But for some reason, Qin Feng was able to recognize this character at first glance. Immortal. It was the character Immortal. In the character, Qin Feng seemed to vaguely see countless immortals, countless immortal Tao worlds, and the existence of the immortal Tao space-time. It seemed to have the power to mobilize and even control countless immortals. Qin Feng didn't quite understand why Hongjun Taoist would send him such a strange token through the air. Stroking the token that was flashing with a purple texture, Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Then, he injected a stream of eternal saint energy into it and refined it. The moment the token was refined, a message entered Qin Feng's mind. Purple Cloud Token. The 4th level Supreme Elder's token of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. A strange look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. At the same time, some information about the origin, function, and function of this token appeared in his mind. The Purple Cloud Token was the token of the Purple Cloud Palace's orthodoxy established by Taoist Hongjun, a true sage of the immortal path from another dimension. The Purple Heaven Immortal Palace was the sect of all the immortals in the world. It was also the ruling sect of countless immortal paths from alternate dimensions. Behind it was the true saint of the immortal path, Hong Jun Taoist. The Purple Firmament token was divided into 9 grades. Among them, the Purple Firmament Immortal token in Qin Feng's hand was the 4th grade one. It represented one's status as one of the rulers of the immortal Tao. Anyone who held this token could mobilize the immortal path civilizations of their respective dimensions for their own use. The leader of the Celestial Path sect, the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace, a super force that has dominated countless dimensions, the True Sage sect? Qin Feng's expression was filled with shock and astonishment as he caressed this purple token that was full of celestial essence. Qin Feng obviously did not expect that his cheat master would have such a terrifying identity. The true saint of the immortal path, the creator of the immortal path in various dimensions. As everyone knew, the immortal path was a mainstream cultivation system in many dimensions. At this moment, he had refined this token and become a member of a superpower in one leap. Moreover, he was definitely one of the upper echelons. A hint of joy appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng was happy, not because he valued the authority of one of the rulers of the immortal path, but because one of the functions of this purple cloud token was like charcoal in the snow to him. As one of the rulers of the upper echelons of the immortal path, although he was only a fourth-class low-level ruler, he already had the qualifications to enter the headquarters of the immortal path through the power of the purple cloud token every 10,000 years, which was the central library of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace, to read the classics. As for using the resources of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace to buy information on various dimensions, as well as to buy treasures from the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace's All Heavens auction house at a low discount, he could enjoy a portion of the Immortal Path's providence and other rights. He looked at the palm-sized jade token and thought about the method of using it that he had just obtained from the purple cloud token. He stretched out a hand, and the token that was intertwined with purple mist slowly flew from his hand and floated in front of his chest. His expression was solemn as he formed a seal with his palms in front of his chest. A series of ancient handprints appeared as his palms changed. He casually turned them into a mysterious purple handprint and bombarded the purple cloud token. Silently, the purple cloud token began to change. It emitted a magnificent light, and the space where it was seemed to have collapsed, drowned by the purple light of the purple cloud token. A huge door that emitted a faint purple light appeared. Vaguely, a primitive and terrifying aura emerged from the depths of the door. It shook the world. A dimensional door. This was a high-level dimensional door that connected to another dimension. It was different from the dimensional door opened by the creator space. The dimensional door opened by the creator space cut through time and space and connected two unfamiliar dimensions. This dimensional door was connected to two completely different dimensions. Qin Feng's gaze was slightly solemn as he looked at this square, tall, and lofty door. His eyes were strange. His figure flashed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The moment the dimensional door appeared, the Pangu Saint Emperor of the Pangu celestial domain suddenly looked toward the myriad gods' celestial domain, which was the direction of the original demon domain. His gaze seemed to have caught sight of the dimensional door that disappeared in an instant. Dimension travel. A strange light flashed in the Pangu Saint Emperor's eyes, which then turned into a trace of envy. As one of the oldest divine ancestors, the Pangu Saint Emperor was very clear about the mysteries of dimension travel. Although the ordinary divine ancestors were already known as dimensional experts and could travel through dimensions, the dimensional door that they tore was uncertain. There was a lot of uncertainty. If they were unlucky and were teleported to some dangerous dimensional land, it would be very troublesome. If they were unlucky, they might accidentally be teleported to the lair of some ancient divine ancestor. That would be a tragedy. In fact, although the divine ancestors were known as dimensional experts, there were very few who could travel through dimensions. Most of them only dared to carefully explore other dimensions after passing a perfect calamity. Only the disciples of the true sages had the dimensional coordinates provided by the powerful forces behind them, so they could truly travel through dimensions. At this moment, not only the Pangu Saint Emperor, but another existence in the South Heavenly Realm also sensed the appearance of the dimensional door. In the wasteland celestial domain, the desolation Saint Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at the myriad gods' celestial domain with a surprised expression. In the depths of his soul, a strange mirror buzzed softly, as if it was resonating with the dimensional door. Chapter 1877. This mirror was a space-time treasure mirror. It could seal and investigate all space-time and dimensions. In the past, it had almost transformed into a doctrine artifact. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed and was born prematurely. However, its power was extraordinary. It could lock on all space-time and dimensional changes around it. The space-time divine light of the treasure mirror could penetrate dimensions, track, and lock on subtle changes in the depths of dimensions. The dimensional gate. At this moment, the treasure mirror shone in his mind. Large amounts of purple gas rose into the air, and an incomparably magnificent dimensional chaotic universe vaguely appeared. Countless rays of immortal path light seemed to penetrate from the depths of the treasure mirror. It's the purple heaven immortal palace. With just a glance, the wilderness Saint Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly urged the saint power in his body to suppress the power of the dimensional treasure mirror. The purple heaven immortal palace was the origin of the immortal path, the territory of the true saint of the immortal path, Hong Jun Taoist. Hong Jun was a very powerful true saint of the alternate dimension. He had been a true saint for more than 10 chaos eras and was no weaker than the era true saint behind him. Rumor has it that the Pangu Saint Emperor has always been in cahoots with the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. Most of the experts under his command are powerful existences born from the immortal path of this world. Now it seems that it's true. The wilderness Saint Emperor thought to himself. His eyes flashed. In fact, there were still some guesses about the Pangu Saint Emperor in many dimensions. Pangu existed in many dimensions. Some even suspected that the Pangu Saint Emperor was the incarnation of a high-level sovereign of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. Sovereign was an honorific title for the eternal divine ancestor after surviving a perfect calamity. Such a sovereign was extremely rare. However, in many dimensions, there were such high-level existences under the command of some eternal true bodies. The wilderness Saint Emperor's expression changed, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Some of the things reflected by the space-time treasure mirror made some of his other thoughts uncontrollably emerge. Immediately, they turned into a thought. No matter what, I'll break through to the divine ancestor realm first. Even as the son of a true saint, there are different ranks in the true saint sect. Breaking through to the divine ancestor realm was a huge watershed. Deep in the dimensional gate, Qin Feng's figure shuttled through it. He didn't know how long he had flown in the depths of the dimensional gate, but gradually, he found that the surrounding chaotic dimension began to change. A large mass of purple energy appeared in front of him. It was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. That was the alternate dimension where the lair of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace was located. Qin Feng's eyebrows twitched as a soul-stirring arc appeared on his face. Countless immortal kingdoms were visible to the naked eye, spread out like stars in a terrifyingly vast chaos-verse. It could be foreseen that it would be a gigantic universe that was even more terrifying than the mutated worlds. Even an immortal and perfect universe was nothing more than this. Rumble. What seemed to be an earth-shattering bang rang out before all of the purple aura in front of the dimensional door started to thin out. Faintly, one could already see a speck of white light that was as transparent as the sun. A golden light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Then, his body turned into a pure purple flowing light and pierced into the depths of the white light. A moment later, Qin Feng felt a terrifying pressure that was enough to crush an eternal emperor to pieces. He was forced out of that place. This was a huge circular platform, surrounded by countless huge immortal Tao kingdoms, heavenly palaces, divine palaces, and jade palaces. On the circular platform, there were jade stairs that went around the borders of the immortal Tao kingdoms and led to the magnificent ancient palaces. This was the heavenly dimension platform. There were many heavenly dimension pavilions under the purple firmament immortal palace's rule in the central golden courtyard universe. These were the portals that connected the central golden courtyard universe to the various dimensions. There were also the bridges that connected the central golden courtyard universe to other dimensions. In the past, the purple firmament immortal palace had sent experts or used powerful Dharma treasures to guard the heavenly dimension pavilions. However, more than 10 years ago, the master of the purple firmament immortal palace in the central golden courtyard universe, the founder of the immortal Tao, Taoist Hong Jun, had become an eternal true saint. The guards and Dharma treasures had been removed. In front of the jade stairs, there were only a few golden-armored immortal generals guarding the door. Although he was only an immortal general, this immortal general was enough to become an unparalleled almighty in any high-level universe. Actually, for these immortal generals, guarding the heavenly dimension pavilions was just for show. The heavenly dimension pavilions contain the heavenly dimension gate. In the purple firmament immortal palace, only the powerful immortal Tao rulers could travel through dimensions. Ordinary immortal emperors would be crushed to pieces by the power of the heavenly dimension gate, unless they had Dharma treasures on the level of Tao artifacts. Ever since they came to the heavenly dimension pavilions in the southern part of the central golden courtyard universe, these immortal generals had never seen any signs of the heavenly dimension pavilions being activated. In other words, they didn't care. Although they were guards, the immortal generals had sunk their immortal Tao, primordial spirits, into the central golden courtyard immortal net. They would either use the immortal net to cultivate or send down a trace of their primordial spirits to some of the lower realms around the central golden courtyard universe, to reincarnate and experience the world of mortals. But today, the heavenly dimension pavilions, which had been silent for a long time, emitted a strange phenomenon. This phenomenon alarmed the immortal generals who were polishing their immortal Tao primordial spirits. They immediately looked at the heavenly dimension pavilions. Purple light spewed out from the depths of the heavenly dimension pavilions, and a majestic phenomenon shook the heavens above. Quick! A ruler from another dimension has descended. Report to the immortal palace immediately. The immortal generals immediately reacted. The leader, a young man in golden armor with wings, was only startled for a moment before he immediately gave the order. Soon, experts from the purple firmament immortal palace rushed over. A faint golden light flashed, and a majestic aura seemed to pass through time and space, appearing directly in front of the heavenly dimension pavilions. It was an old Taoist with long hair and beard. He wore a purple gold bagua robe with a huge yin-yang taiji diagram embroidered on his back. An extremely majestic phenomenon surrounded him, as if countless flames were surging behind him like a tsunami. It's the Tri-Chi ruler. The immortal generals looked at the ruler and were shocked. They quickly lowered their heads. The central golden courtyard universe was extremely special. It could be divided into the upper realm and the lower realm. The upper realm was made up of countless huge immortal kingdoms. The stronger the expert, the higher their position in the upper realm. The lower realm was made up of numerous low-level worlds. In the lower realm, no immortal king-level existences were allowed. At most, ordinary golden immortals and heavenly immortals were allowed. The immortal net ran through them. It was rumored that the immortal net was created by the oldest group of immortal Tao experts. He had unparalleled power and was rumored to be able to run through dimensions. In the upper realm of the immortal net, there were countless immortal Tao experts. However, the ruler was also one of the higher-ups among the countless immortal Tao experts under the purple firmament immortal palace. He was above countless immortal Tao experts. He was one of the existences that the immortal generals had to look up to, especially the Tri-Chi ruler in front of them. Chapter 1878. Tri-Chi was an innate divine being born in the central yellow court universe, and he was one of the 5 rulers of the immortal Tao. He might not be the strongest ruler, but his status in the purple firmament immortal palace was extremely high. Strange, I haven't received any news that a ruler of the immortal Tao would return to the central Yellow Court universe. Tricky looked at the Heavenly Wisdom Building with a strange expression. Above the Heavenly Wisdom Building, the purple chi that soared into the sky grew even more majestic. A moment later, a beam of purple light flew out and transformed into a young emperor in a golden dragon robe. His emperor's majesty was dense and faintly resonated with some kind of origin of the central Yellow Court universe, revealing an extremely powerful aura. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and purple chi soared thousands of miles into the sky. It was as if the immortal net was celebrating the appearance of a new ruler of the immortal Tao. At that moment, countless mighty figures of the immortal Tao were attracted to this scene. They were shocked when they sensed the power that suppressed the higher levels of the immortal net. The immortal net is resonating, and the origin of the immortal Tao is responding. Is this a ruler of the immortal Tao? The immortal generals weren't the only ones who were flabbergasted. The three-chi sovereign was also in disbelief. Tricky looked at the ruler of the immortal Tao, who had suddenly come from another dimension through the Heavenly Wisdom Gate. The central Yellow Court universe's immortal net spanned all directions. Tricky didn't know all of it, but he knew most of it. However, that definitely didn't include the one in front of him. The ruler in front of him was surrounded by an eternal and unchanging aura. He had a temperament that was above all other immortal emperors. There was no doubt that he was a sacred ancestor powerhouse. There were extremely dense traces of the immortal Tao on him that resonated with the immortal net. Clearly, he had a deep connection with the immortal Tao established by the central Yellow Court universe. He had even been recognized by the immortal net the moment he entered the central Yellow Court universe. This is the lair of the purple firmament immortal palace. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His heart trembled slightly as he felt the changes in his surroundings. After passing through the dimensional gate, he entered the dimension where the purple heaven immortal palace was located. As soon as he entered, he felt like a fish in water. It was as if he had returned to his mother's arms. Not only did he not feel any repulsion, but he also seemed to have resonated with some unknown existence in the void. He could easily unleash power that exceeded that of an ordinary sacred ancestor. All of this originated from the purple cloud token that he had refined in his body. Qin Feng looked at the three Chi Hegemon and the immortal generals. The three Chi Hegemon also looked over. A day later, in a heavenly palace, Qin Feng stood on top of it and stared into the distance. In the distance, one star city after another appeared on the horizon. The land beneath his feet was vast, and one after another, extremely modern-looking cities rose from the ground. There were countless skyscrapers and forests. However, the feng shui was disorderly. In the distant sea of clouds, there were countless heavenly palaces like the one under his feet, guarded by many golden-armored immortal generals. At this moment, Qin Feng already had some understanding of alternate dimensions. This was the central golden courtyard universe, the only universe in an alternate dimension. In the endless void, in the dimension where Qin Feng was born, the boundless chaos was divided into hundreds of chaos regions, each of which gave birth to countless worlds. This dimension was much more terrifying. There is only one universe in each dimension. This obviously showed how enormous and terrifying the central Golden Hall universe was. Here, the immortal Tao civilization was maximized. The modern city beneath his feet was actually the country of an immortal emperor. There were hundreds and thousands of such immortal emperor countries on each level of the immortal net. The immortal net was also an extremely great creation of the central Golden Hall universe. According to the three Chi Hegemon's explanation, the immortal net was divided into the upper and lower levels. The lower level was inhabited by experts below the immortal king level. It was mainly made up of mortal kingdoms and filled the endless void. It was unknown how many levels there were in total. According to Qin Feng's understanding, golden immortals were rank 17 over gods. The upper level of the immortal net also had mortals, but they were mainly made up of powerful, immortal kingdoms. The upper level had a total of 900 levels. The stronger one was the closer they were to the upper level of the central Golden Hall universe. Qinfeng was currently on the 500th level. This level was mainly inhabited by immortal emperors. There are also a few low-level immortal Dao hegemons kingdoms on this level. According to the division of the immortal Dao, rank 17 golden immortals were equivalent to rank 17 first step over gods. Rank 18 immortal kings were equivalent to rank 18 second step over gods. Rank 19 immortal emperors were equivalent to rank 19 supreme gods. The immortal emperors above the immortal emperors were equivalent to rank 1 eternal emperors. The central Golden Hall universe's immortal emperors were more interesting. It was divided into low-level and high-level immortal emperors, which were equivalent to rank 1 and rank 2 eternal emperors. Above the immortal emperors were the immortal Dao hegemons. Among them, immortal Dao hegemons who had not undergone a perfect tribulation were called low-level immortal Dao hegemons. As for those who had undergone a perfect tribulation, they were called first tribulation immortal lords, second tribulation immortal lords, and so on. Generally speaking, low-level immortal Dao experts could not easily damage the higher-level immortal net if they could not break through. Correspondingly, high-level immortal Dao experts could not easily enter the lower-level immortal net with their real bodies. They could only send their clones down to the lower realm or disassemble their corpses to reincarnate. Once the low-level immortal net experts broke through, they could choose to ascend to the higher-level immortal net. Everything was in good order. Although the lower-level immortal net was different from the higher-level immortal net, it was not that there was no connection. On the contrary, there was an extremely close connection. This was because the immortal net was not only a dividing line between the levels of immortal Dao experts, but also a powerful network that gathered all kinds of functions. For example, one of its functions was the auction of immortals in all heavens and realms. Any expert who had made some achievements in the way of immortality could enter the auction with his primordial spirit and participate in the shopping or the auction after passing certain conditions. Low-level experts could also buy all kinds of treasure from the high-level immortal net, as long as they had money. Another example was the Purple Cloud Palace Library that Qinfeng was most concerned about. In the immortal net, there was the Myriad Heavens Immortal Net Library set up by the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. It contained countless ancient books from the central Golden Hall universe and collected by the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. There were also countless cultivation methods created by immortal Dao experts, from qi refining secret methods, elixir refining secret methods, cultivation secret methods, divine ability secret scrolls, all kinds of knowledge, all kinds of introductions to treasures, all kinds of methods to refine divine weapons, even the useless books that belonged to mortals, they were all available. Of course, it also included the tribulation mystic arts that Qinfeng was most concerned about. In short, as long as one had the immortal spirit points required by the immortal net, one could buy anything. This included the specialties of the alien dimension. If one could not buy it, one could also post a task. As long as the reward was generous, experts would soon accept the task and bring it back. Chapter 1879. The lights were shining brightly under their feet. Deep into the night, they could clearly feel the warmth under their feet. A city could accommodate tens of millions of people. Each of them had their own way of survival. The immortal net was all-encompassing. Many things in the city were directly linked to the immortal net. People's wages were immortal spirit points, which they used to buy things. Qinfeng had used the bronze altar to create a similar trading network, but it was only popularized by high-level cultivators. It couldn't be synchronized with mortals. It couldn't be done like the immortal net, which popularized the immortal Dao to millions of beings and developed entertainment, culture, and all walks of life into an advanced civilization. Qinfeng was somewhat ashamed to find that the spirit ocean divine Dao civilization that he used to be proud of was like a sieve in front of such an advanced civilization. Qinfeng's gaze swept across the city. There were many powerful immortals in the city, but their bodies were in seclusion and their primordial spirits were immersed in the immortal net. In the depths of the immortal net, there were huge grotto heavens or blessed lands of the immortal Tao. Some immortal Tao almighties used the immortal net to build their dojos in the void. Many immortals also attached their dojos to other almighties. They were immortals of certain sects, so that they could listen to the teachings of other mighty figures in time. The celestial kingdoms were all independent of each other. Although they all belonged to the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace, it could be seen that there were still conflicts between them, and there were also open and covert struggles. At this moment, Qin Feng thought of the three Qi sovereign. The three Qi hegemon was the ruler of these countless immortal Tao kingdoms. It could be said that this was his territory. On the 500th level of the immortal net, immortal Tao rulers like the three Qi ruler were rare. According to the pact between immortal Tao hegemons, if one of them trespassed on another's territory, it would be considered a provocation in and of itself. However, after learning that it was Yi Futian's first time in the central Golden Court universe, the three Qi ruler didn't impose too many harsh conditions. He even drove him away. He even invited Feng Qing to his dojos to discuss the Tao, but Qin Feng declined. Qin Feng didn't intend to take root in the central Golden Court universe for the time being. This time, it was just a coincidence. Unknowingly, Qin Feng's figure had come out of the palace. He descended and arrived at the city known as the Fog City. Under the night sky, the street lights were lit, and the neon lights on both sides of the wide road were dazzling. There were various shops on the street, including clothing stores, hardware stores, and pharmacies. It was not much different from some of the technological worlds Qin Feng had experienced. By the side of the street, there was a dazzling array of snacks. Couples were walking side by side, occasionally whispering to each other intimately. Occasionally, there would be plazas. The street stalls in the plazas were filled with people eating supper. However, the immortal Tao civilization also had its own unique characteristics. The food in the roadside food pot was no longer ordinary food. It was immortal essence nourishment. They seemed to be following a street to the edge of the square. In front of the huge square, there was a display screen showing a huge stage. Below the stage, which could accommodate millions of people at the same time, there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Countless hot-blooded young men and women were shouting the same name together. Jiang Keir, Jiang Keir. On the huge stage, where the lights were focused, a beautiful young girl wearing a pink short skirt walked out amidst the cheers of countless hot-blooded young men and women. She was dressed like a demoness, but had the youthful vibe of a fairy. Flowers turn to frost when they fall to the ground. You finished dancing in the distance and used up all the twilight. Her ribbons fluttered and her eyelashes were long and thin. Like a fairy, she danced gracefully, and her pleasant voice instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Not to mention the young men and women at the scene. Many people in the square who were eating supper also raised their eyebrows and quietened down, intoxicated by the fairy-like voice. There were quite a few people present who had spiritual light flickering about. There were also people who had some achievements in cultivation. Qin Feng looked at the girl in pink on the screen. A superstar? Qin Feng pursed his lips. It was not difficult for him to tell that she was a female immortal who had already attained the Tao. Moreover, she was a female immortal who cultivated a special dermic formulation. Become a superstar, collect the faith and luck of the people, refine your essence soul, blast open the mysterious gate of life and death, and become an immortal. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The immortal cultivation dermic formulations of the central Golden Court universe were really developed to the extreme. There were many paths that could lead to immortal ascension. It was full of all kinds of incredible miracles. Qin Feng looked at the screen. He liked this kind of cultivation atmosphere very much. There was even a moment when he wanted to stay in this dimension. Here, his cultivation level would definitely improve very quickly. But soon, Qin Feng got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. If he stayed here for too long, it would be easy for him, the master of the divine path, to be influenced by the immortal Tao civilization, which would indirectly affect the development of the Divine Path civilization. But immediately, Qin Feng's expression changed. He shook his head again. He seemed to be too worried. He was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao through civilization. After walking around the Fog City and understanding the local customs here, Qin Feng decided not to stay any longer and directly used the Purple Cloud token. In the library of the 500th level of the Immortal Net. The ancient library was deep in the Immortal Net. It was as vast as the sea. This is the library of the 500th level of the Immortal Net under the Purple Cloud Immortal Palace. In the void, an invisible figure emerged from the small path. It was a golden world as far as the eye could see. Qin Feng looked over and saw that he seemed to be standing in the middle of the sea of clouds. In the middle of the sea of clouds was a small path. The yellowish-brown path separated the large sea of clouds into the shape of a well. They separated the path from the sea of clouds. Qin Feng looked over and could feel that there was a special power at the place where the sea of clouds and the path met. However, when he took a closer look, he found that it was not an ordinary sea of clouds, but a huge bookshelf overflowing with the fragrance of books. It was just that they were covered by a secret technique. The rows of bookshelves were incomparably huge, as if they were above the sea of clouds. At a glance, there were such bookshelves, and there was no end to them. There were many infant-sized fairies with milky white, cicada-like wings flying among the rows of bookshelves. They were like little fairies, smiling as they took care of the bookshelves, flapping their wings, or lying quietly on the huge books, swallowing and spitting out the wisdom and spiritual light that was almost overflowing from the books. Beside the small path, there were pieces of milky white stone tablets that were shining with sparkling spiritual light. There were introductions on the stone tablets. Qin Feng's gaze fell on his feet. There was such a stone tablet not far away. When he looked carefully, he saw a few ancient words. Ancient Emperor Dimension, miscellaneous records. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice came from the side. Dear Lord Ruler, are you borrowing books or reading books? Do you need help? Chapter 1880. This was an extremely beautiful young lady. She was wearing a white dress, and her fine black hair was tied up with a pink hairband. Her fine black hair was coiled into a bun, and the bright golden biao added a sense of elegance to her. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her eyes were as pure as water. She was like a woman who had walked out of classical painting. At this moment, she was looking at Qin Feng curiously. There was a hint of surprise in her respectful eyes, as if she was surprised to see a strange ruler. Are you the librarian here? Qin Feng looked at the beautiful female deity. Yes, I am the librarian of the 43rd section of the library on the 500th level of the Immortal Net, Yin Yu. The female deity's voice was crisp, but she was very respectful to the ruler, and there was a hint of charm in her voice. There's a house of gold in a book, and there's a beautiful woman in a book. Qin Feng chuckled. However, Qin Feng was still a little surprised. It seemed that the library on the 500th level of the Immortal Net was much larger than he had imagined. Hearing this, the female deity pursed her lips and smiled. It was probably not the first time she had heard someone say this. She looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile, My lord, this must be the first time you have come to the 500th level of the Immortal Net. Unlike the library on the 400th level, there are about 1,000 sections in the library on the 5th level. 1,000 sections? Such a big library? This region before our eyes isn't small at all? Qin Feng glanced over and sighed in admiration. He could tell that each and every one of the books here was very important. They were definitely not ordinary books. Yes, my lord. Among the 1,000 sections, each section is divided into categories and stores all the ancient books of the Immortal Path in the Central Imperial Court of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. Of course, in addition, there are some detailed introductions of other cultivation civilizations. It even includes some secret books of the cultivation systems of other dimensional worlds, as well as all kinds of treasures, specialties, travel notes, and so on. However, just like the library on the 400th level of the Immortal Net, Most of the books on the 500th level correspond to the Immortal Emperor realm, the ruler of the Immortal Path, and a small number of books on the First Tribulation Immortal Master realm, as well as all kinds of auxiliary secret techniques, related treasures, secret techniques for overcoming tribulations, and so on. After a slight pause, the beautiful female deity looked at Qin Feng and continued. As long as you pay enough celestial spiritual points, my lord, you can choose to borrow books or read books. Of course, Lord Ruler, you can also head to the pavilion to make your choice first before making your decision. After saying that, she pointed to a pavilion not too far away. Such a pavilion was not uncommon in this world of books, bookcases, and bookshelves. There are more books here than I thought. Qin Feng smiled faintly. With a shift of his feet, he arrived at the study pavilion. Hearing this, a bright smile appeared on the female immortal's face. Lord Ruler, this is the book pavilion. Through the control immortal artifact in the book pavilion, you can filter through layers upon layers and find the books you need in the shortest amount of time. The control of the celestial artifact is very mysterious. It is connected to the immortal net. Generally speaking, there are only about 10 such booths in an area. Our 43rd district is one of the 600 districts of the central Golden Court universe. If you're a newly ascended hegemon or emperor, then you've come to the right place. This place contains quite a few secret arts for transcending a perfect tribulation. Of course, there are also many important books of various factions, especially the top secret arts of using techniques to become a saint. Before the last era, the secret arts of the most famous 7 Tribulation Celestial Lord, Red Jade Ring Mystic Immortal Technique, are all here. The female immortal introduced the various books of the 43rd district with a proud expression. When the female immortal introduced the secret arts, she also explained the origins of the secret arts in great detail. It was obvious that this female immortal manager was also a knowledgeable person. That 7 Tribulation Celestial Lord, Red Jade Celestial Lord, was a famous celestial lord in the central Golden Court universe. However, the Red Jade Ring Mystic Immortal Technique he created was extremely famous. It was known as the Mirror Copper Technique of billions of dimensions, which traced back to the origin. Billions of space-time couldn't escape the eyes of the Dharma. It was truly an incredible and supreme saint technique of the Tao of heavenly divination. This was a transcendent saint technique. Qin Feng nodded inwardly. At this moment, there were already many immortals lining up in the book pavilion, each of them emitting a magnificent immortal light. It seemed that there were many immortals who went to the library on the 5th level of the immortal net to borrow books every day. Seeing Fairy Yin Yu come with an emperor in a dignified imperial robe, the group of immortals was first stunned, then shocked. Some of the immortals couldn't be bothered to line up and hurriedly made way. Greetings, Emperor. In the central Golden Court universe, the immortal Tao mighty figures under the purple firmament immortal palace all wore very different clothes because of the authority they had obtained in the immortal net. This made it easy for other immortals to distinguish them. Usually, there were only 2 kinds of immortals who could wear imperial robes in the immortal net. One was the immortal emperor level existence in the major countries, and the other was the immortal Tao emperor above the immortal emperor level. Among the immortal emperors, there were also differences in the attire of low-level and high-level immortal emperors. Low-level immortal emperors wore the 3 realms luminous grand, beginning imperial robe. The purple firmament immortal palace had more than 10 different designs for the low-level immortal emperor's sun-moon luminous emperor's robe of the 3 realms. However, all in all, they were still the same. Any immortal with some insight would be able to tell. On the other hand, high-level immortal emperors wore the 3 realms luminous grand and imperial robe. The imperial robe worn by this young emperor clearly didn't belong to the 2 styles of immortal emperors. It could only be the central Golden Court merit imperial robe that belonged to the immortal Tao emperor. The sun and moon luminous grand and imperial robe, grand and imperial robe, grand and imperial robe, grand and imperial robe. Although this immortal Tao Emperor didn't use any of his grand and imperial robe's power, the group of immortals all stepped aside like stars guarding the stars. Even the immortal who was controlling the immortal artifact was stunned. He quickly gave up on controlling it and retreated to the side. When Fairy Yin saw this scene, her beautiful eyes didn't change, but she felt that it was natural. "Lord Emperor, please." She stretched out a hand and looked at Qin Feng with a slightly bright and beautiful gaze. Qin Feng glanced at the immortal who had retreated from the side of the controller and quietly walked up to control the immortal artifact. As the immortal Tao Emperor, Qin Feng naturally enjoyed this privilege. The controller was first a sparkling and translucent crystal ball. In front of the crystal ball, there was a light screen immortal artifact that could manifest a large screen of light. Looking at the control immortal artifact, Qin Feng roughly understood how to operate it with just a glance. He stretched out a hand and placed it on the sparkling and translucent crystal ball, sending a strand of his divine sense into it. A moment later, a faint blue light flashed on the crystal ball like the sea. A large number of catalogs jumped out layer by layer and appeared on the bright light screen. There were a few ancient blue immortal net words on it. The catalog of secret manuals in the 43rd zone. Below were many first-class catalogs. Many kinds of secret manuals appeared in front of Qin Feng, causing his eyes to brighten. Chapter 1881. Sword Techniques. Secret Scrolls. Alchemy Techniques. Artifact Techniques. Talisman Techniques. World Scrolls. Miscellaneous Notes. Travels. Spiritual Treasure Scrolls. Many types of scrolls appeared on the light screen. Qin Feng clicked on the secret scrolls, and many titles appeared. Attributes, schools, dimensions, and uses. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and immediately clicked on the school. Under the school, blue light flashed, and many subcatalogs appeared. Qin Feng was familiar with all the major schools, such as the Calamity School, the World School, the Farming School, the Spell School, the Artifact School. The various schools were dazzling. Moreover, the number of secret scrolls in each school was clear at a glance. For example, the Calamity School showed a total of 566 types. The World School showed 313 types of secret scrolls. The Farming School showed 27 types of secret scrolls. The Spell School showed 713 types of secret scrolls. Under each school, the subcatalogs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape according to the level of the secret scrolls. It was clear at a glance. However, when Qin Feng glanced over, he discovered that if he wanted to borrow these secret scrolls or read them, their value wouldn't be low. According to the rules of the Immortal Net Library, there were usually two modes for Immortal Path experts to come to the library: the borrowing mode and the reading mode. There was a limit to the reading mode. Precious secret scrolls of a certain level were not open to the public, which meant that they could not be accessed in this mode. The other mode was the borrowing mode. The borrowing mode did not mean that one could directly take the book away, but that one could make a copy and sign a non-proliferation contract with the library. This was equivalent to buying. Moreover, it required a certain amount of authority and a certain status in the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. However, compared to the auction in the heavens and realms on the Immortal Net, the cost was much lower. It was about the internal price of some forces. This was very interesting. However, generally speaking, only the official members of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace could enter the internal library of the Immortal Net, like the 43rd District. However, even the official members would feel that the immortal spirit points they earned were not enough once they came to the Immortal Net Library. This was because the fees here were extraordinarily high. Reading for 2 hours usually cost about 10,000 immortal spirit points. 10,000 immortal spiritual points. How much was that to an ordinary immortal? In the many immortal Tao countries, an ordinary immortal would only earn about 3,000 immortal spiritual points in a month. In other words, an ordinary immortal would have to work for 3 to 4 months without eating, drinking, buying cultivation resources, or being fined by the Celestial Nation before they could access the Immortal Net Library for an hour. Don't think that an immortal could read a lot of secret techniques in an hour. In fact, the immortal net also had a function that people both loved and hated. It could allow people to read the secret methods directly. While instilling the secret technique, he interpreted it for the immortal and even evolved it. It was fine if he encountered ordinary secret scrolls, but if he wanted to come into contact with some high-grade and powerful secret scrolls, he would be able to get his hands on them. Many immortals might not even be able to comprehend 1/10 to 1/5 of a high-grade secret scroll in 2 hours. If he wanted to borrow it, it would naturally be more expensive. Many of the secret scrolls had frightening prices. Ordinary secret scrolls cost tens of thousands, while the more precious ones cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of immortal spirit points. Many immortals could not afford them, even if they sold their entire fortune. In the past, powerful immortal experts had tried to rob or steal the secret scrolls in the Immortal Net library. However, the results were tragic. In front of the many immortal experts behind the Immortal Net, there was nowhere to hide. But for Qin Feng, this was not a problem. As a newly promoted immortal Dao ruler, every newly promoted immortal Dao ruler on the Immortal Net had a reward of 1 billion immortal spirit points. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng first ticked off some options that he did not need, as well as some low-grade secret scrolls. The group of immortals next to him watched this scene with amazement. They could clearly see that the options left by this immortal Dao ruler were mostly secret scrolls that were worth more than 1 million immortal spirit points. Among them, there was no lack of wealthy immortals. But compared to this immortal Dao ruler, the difference was so great that it made them feel powerless. Qin Feng browsed through the secret techniques, but he did not look satisfied. Although there were many secret scrolls here, most of them were incomplete. The only one that could be used was the Red Jade Ring immortal technique that the female immortal had introduced earlier. But not only was this technique extremely expensive, it was also not very suitable for Qin Feng right now. The price of 500 million immortal spirit points made Qin Feng shake his head inwardly. Can I check here and borrow secret scrolls that belong to other regions? Qin Feng looked at the female immortal standing quietly next to him. The female immortal said with a smile, "Ordinary people naturally can't. But since you're the Lord Ruler, this little immortal can use the immortal net that belongs to my librarian to help you fulfill your wish." Qin Feng glanced at the female immortal and nodded. "Very well." But then he added, "Don't worry, this lord is not a stingy person. If this lord can do as he wishes, you will definitely not lose out. Many thanks, Lord Ruler." Hearing this, the female immortal's beautiful eyes lit up. Something that came from a Lord Ruler and Emperor would definitely be of a high grade. On the side, the group of immortals looked at the female immortal with envy when they heard this. Librarian was indeed one of the most popular immortal positions on the Immortal Net. When a Lord Ruler or Emperor made a move, even a little bit of it would be enough for an ordinary immortal to enjoy for a lifetime. Unfortunately, such a popular immortal position could not be held by ordinary immortals. Most of them were princesses of the immortal world under the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. For example, Yin Yu, one of the librarians in the 43rd district, was rumored to be the legitimate daughter of a mighty immortal. She had a great background. The female immortal was delicate and beautiful. She stepped forward and stretched out a hand. A golden seal that emitted golden light appeared on her palm. This golden seal belonged to the librarian of the Immortal Net. With a flash, it shot into the crystal ball like a ray of golden light. In an instant, the scene on the crystal ball expanded. A large number of secret scrolls appeared. Qin Feng glanced over and could see that the number of secret scrolls belonging to the world style in the 43rd region had increased from 313 to 9,657. On the side, many immortals were also slightly stirred. This kind of scene was rare. Ordinary mighty immortals were not qualified to make an Immortal Net librarian willingly open the intranet of the Immortal Net. Many immortals felt that this was an eye-opener. Qin Feng directly locked onto the various secret scrolls in the World Flow catalog. Among those secret scrolls of the world flow, there were quite a few that were incomparably profound and were the most suitable for him. Among them, there were many secret scrolls that could construct strange worlds. For example, one of the scrolls was called the Sunset Immortal Tomb World Immortal Technique. By using this secret technique, one could construct an immortal tomb world that could make billions of living beings sleep in. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and its power was mysterious. It was incredible and dazzling. Chapter 1882. The World Immortal Technique of the Sunset Immortal Tomb was very powerful and had many incredible effects. The most unique one was the ability to avoid death and extend life. As long as there was a wisp of aura in the immortal tomb, even if the immortal Tao Master had really died, he could still be reborn. This ability was very powerful. There was also the secret of tribulation transcendence. With the support of many wonderful abilities in the Sunset Immortal Tomb world, one would have many advantages in the process of transcending a perfect tribulation. Even Qin Feng was tempted. He also controlled the death nomological law and had a deep understanding of it. According to this mystic technique, he could completely refine the Sunset Immortal Tomb world. There is also a scroll called King of Immortal Artifacts World Immortal Technique. Using this secret technique, one could refine a world into countless immortal artifacts of various sizes, and then combine these immortal artifacts to form a huge King of Immortal Artifacts world. The King of Immortal Weapons world had all kinds of mighty powers. Bells, pagodas, stones, pots, gourds. There were all kinds of incredible combinations of the King of Immortal Weapons. According to the introduction beside the mystic technique, the Central Golden Court universe might have even borrowed the power of the King of Immortal Weapons world. Even Qin Feng felt that it was an eye-opener for him to see all sorts of incredible and unique techniques. Many of the mystic techniques had given him great enlightenment. However, the prices of these world-type immortal techniques were also shocking. None of them were less than 100 million immortal spirit points. They were easily 200 to 300 million immortal spirit points. The more complete ones cost 400 to 500 million immortal spirit points. The 1 billion immortal spirit points in his hands looked huge and frightening, but Qin Feng felt that it was not enough. He could only buy one mystic technique at most. Qin Feng was deep in thought. His origin world, the Spirit Sea world, was also considered to have a lot of potential. At the same time, it was also very malleable. He needed to choose a suitable mystic technique according to the characteristics of his own divine Tao, law, and the situation of the Spirit Sea world. After picking and choosing, he finally landed on a unique world-type mystic technique. That mystic technique was extremely suitable for his current situation. In the end, Qin Feng used the immortal spirit points in his hands to purchase two mystic techniques. One of them was a world-type mystic technique. In addition, for some reason, Qin Feng also chose an extremely top-notch secret scroll from the School of Magic Arts that had its own unique features. Both secret scrolls were top-notch secret scrolls. However, due to the lack of celestial spiritual points in his pocket, Qin Feng only bought the first two levels of the two secret scrolls. The first two floors corresponded to First Tribulation Immortal Lords and Second Tribulation Immortal Lords respectively. Even though they were not complete copies, the two secret scrolls had cost Qin Feng almost 600 million celestial spiritual points. 1 billion celestial spiritual points. Almost 60% of it was gone in an instant. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the speed of burning money. After choosing his secret technique, Qin Feng left the pavilion. When the other immortals saw this, they immediately went up and continued to line up. At the side of the book pavilion, Qin Feng did not wait for long. Not long after, the female immortal smiled and led two beautiful fairies over from a small path. Two little fairies that looked like jade babbled as they hugged two gigantic grimoires. The female immortal dragged a jade plate, and on the jade plate was a scroll with purple gold edges. On the immortal jade stone table in the book pavilion, the female immortal opened the scroll. Lord Ruler, this is the Immortal Net Non-Proliferation Contract. Take a look. As long as you sign it, you can take these 2 books away at any time. Qin Feng took the scroll and glanced at it. Seeing that there was no problem, he used his eternal sage power to draw a bright golden eternal imprint and imprint it on the scroll. Chi! Chi! In an instant, the purple gold scroll turned into a purple gold light and disappeared. Seeing this, Yinyu's beautiful eyes moved. With a wave of her hand, the 2 fairies reluctantly handed over the 2 grimoires. Lord, these are your books. My lord, you must cherish them. The 2 fairies looked at the 2 grimoires as if they were best friends. Their innocent and pure eyes were full of reluctance. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 fairies with a slightly surprised expression. My lord, please forgive them. These fairies were born from the wisdom of a library. They love the accumulation of knowledge. These books are like brothers and sisters to them. The female immortal was slightly apologetic. She frowned and chased the 2 fairies away. Seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly speechless. His gaze fell on the 2 gigantic grimoires floating in midair. His expression changed slightly, and he pointed at the 2 gigantic grimoires with 1 finger. The 2 gigantic grimoires turned into 2 golden lights that were visible to the naked eye and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Countless information flowed into his divine soul and settled in his sea of consciousness. Once again, they turned into 2 grimoires that were emitting a faint golden light. As long as Qin Feng needed it, he could check it at any time. When Qin Feng came back to his senses, he noticed the female immortal who had returned to the side. His expression changed slightly, and he smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword sparkling with multicolored light appeared in his hand. This was the 7 Wonders mysterious light sword that he had obtained after killing Colored Glass Holy Lord. It was also Colored Glass Holy Lord's natal Fae. After taking a hit from him, the mysterious sword's power was reduced by more than half, but its essence was still there. Here's your reward. Casually tossing the sword to the female immortal, Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the Immortal Net library. That's a connate spiritual sword. The female immortal looked at the glowing sword in her hand, and a great surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was a female immortal who cultivated the Tao of sword immortals. A connate spiritual treasure was very useful to her. The female immortal was filled with a great sense of happiness. Off to the side, many immortals saw this scene. Their gazes fell on the connate spiritual sword that surged with connate inextinguishable spiritual light, and many of them looked envious. Goddess Inu was really too lucky. She actually met such a generous ruler of the immortal Tao. Why didn't we have such luck? Many immortals secretly envied her. Outside the Library of 1,000 Worlds, Qin Feng walked out of the library and looked at the auspicious clouds in the sky. Countless immortal palaces and floating islands were in sight. 6 out of 1 billion immortal spirit points were gone. Qin Feng kept the remaining 400 million points and prepared to go to the auction house of 1,000 Worlds on the Immortal Net to buy 2 secret scrolls and auxiliary divine items needed for cultivation. The auction house of 1,000 Worlds was an extremely important place under the purple firmament Immortal Palace. The auction house of 1,000 Worlds on the 500th level was not too far from the library of 1,000 Worlds. It was the center of a huge market where a large number of immortals on the 500th level had gathered. Various immortal emperors and empires had sent envoys to station here, and at the same time, they'd sent people to buy many shops here to sell the specialties of their respective empires. Not long after Qin Feng arrived here, 400 million immortal spirit points were spent like flowing water. Several hours later, Qin Feng walked out of the auction house of 1,000 Worlds with satisfaction. After spending 400 million immortal spirit points, Qin Feng began to prepare to leave the central Golden Court universe and return to the dimension he was in. Having just bought the secret scrolls and many auxiliary divine items, Qin Feng couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. If he could completely consume these secret scrolls, he believed that his strength would increase significantly. Chapter 1883. Your Excellency, please wait. Just as Qin Feng was about to return to the Heavenly Wisdom Auction House, two streaks of light appeared at the side of the Heavenly Wisdom Auction House. Two imposing figures emerged from the streaks of light. Three Qi God. Qin Feng frowned as he looked at one of the dignified gods dressed in imperial robes. Qin Feng's expression was a little strange. He didn't seem to be familiar with this god. There was also another immortal Tao god. Qin Feng gazed at the two immortal Tao gods. The two immortal Tao gods glanced at each other, and the three Qi gods smiled. Your Excellency, this is the eternal wind god of the myriad worlds auction house. He heard that Your Excellency is an expert from another dimension and wishes to make a deal with Your Excellency. We didn't inform Your Excellency of this matter. Please forgive us for being presumptuous. You're too polite, three Qi god. Qin Feng has long heard of the myriad worlds auction house's eternal wind god. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he looked at the other god. The eternal wind god was dressed in a pale white robe and had a feather fan and a silk headband. He had an elegant temperament. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he had a refreshing temperament. He didn't look like an immortal Tao god who was superior to the immortal Tao gods. Instead, he looked more like a rich family official. Qin Feng wasn't trying to flatter this god. The Eternal Wind God was one of the famous managers of the auction house on the 500th floor. I wonder what kind of deal Eternal Wind God wants to make with me. Haha. God Qin Feng is much more straightforward than I expected. The Eternal Wind God laughed brightly. I won't delay you too much, God Qin Feng. This is an agreement for the expansion of the Myriad Worlds auction house. In fact, it's also an agency agreement for the Myriad Worlds auction house. The Myriad Worlds auction house has a certain interest in the specialties of the various dimensions. Usually, in each dimension, we entrust several powerful immortal Tao gods to act as agents and open branches of the Myriad Worlds auction house. Of course, as an agent, we, the Myriad World auction house, will not let any of our agents suffer loss. Not only will there be generous rewards, there will also be all kinds of preferential conditions. If there is a need, we can even provide a certain degree of support in terms of martial strength. Dimension Agent? Qin Feng furrowed his brows as he pondered. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng, of course, knew the benefits of being an exclusive agent. As long as there were no accidents, they could basically make a lot of money, especially if they had a monopoly. Qin Feng took the contract and raised his eyebrows for a moment. He pointed at a few of the paths. There's no need for that. The eternal wind he Gemin glanced over, and a strange light flashed through his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. Sir Qin Feng, are you not satisfied with the 20-80 split? Qin Feng shook his head. Actually, many of the divine items in our dimension don't necessarily have to be sent to the Myriad World auction house on the Immortal Net in order to be sold at a higher price. The many spiritual items are not stagnant in our dimension and can't be sold. You came to me not so much as an agent, but as a cooperation. It's fine if you give such a contract to an ordinary celestial emperor, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate to give it to me. The eternal wind he Gemin frowned and said lightly, Sir Qin Feng, don't forget the advantages of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. If you can become an agent of the Immortal Net in the other dimension, you will have a huge and unimaginable advantage in developing your own civilization and world. In particular, the Immortal Net has the power to cross dimensions. I believe that ordinary rulers can't travel freely. The 20-80 split is a little harsh, but in the eyes of the Myriad World auction house, it's understandable. After all, we also have to pay some costs, such as publicity. The Purple Heaven Immortal Palace is now connected to hundreds of dimensions. Many treasures can only be sold at 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price through our platform. Moreover, the Immortal Net auction house will also provide a certain amount of military protection to clear obstacles for you. The 20-80 split is not excessive at all. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and glanced at the eternal wind he Gemin. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that what the eternal wind he Gemin said was true. Although he could cross dimensions, and even invest in many space-time network trading systems. The trading network had not yet been established. It was far inferior to a mature supernetwork like the Immortal Net. The influence of a superpower was not something that a ruler of the Immortal Tao, like him, could compare to. However, negotiations were about fighting for every inch of land, asking for sky-high prices, and sitting on the ground. Since the eternal wind hegemon insists, let's not talk about the split. After all, the supply and sale of goods is quite complicated. In fact, a temporary loss is not too big of a problem for us. When I return, I'll send someone to negotiate. The eternal wind hegemon's expression didn't change. He smiled slightly. Today was indeed a rush day. The eternal wind hegemon didn't think that such a large business deal could be done in one go. Today's contact was just the first contact. In that case, if you send someone over, you can inform the Myriad World Auction House. The eternal wind hegemon smiled faintly. He waved his sleeve, and a beam of immortal light appeared above his palm. In an instant, it turned into a spirit pearl. This is my token. As long as you crush this pearl, no matter which level you are on, I will immediately send someone to contact you. Qin Feng took the transparent pearl, which was emitting a dazzling golden light, and scanned it with his divine consciousness. His eyes flickered slightly as he put it away in his sleeve. It seems that the competition within the Myriad World Auction House is extraordinarily fierce. Qin Feng smiled faintly, nodded slightly at the eternal wind hegemon and the eternal wind hegemon, and stepped into the heavenly wisdom pavilion. Rumble. There was a flash of multicolored light inside the heavenly wisdom pavilion, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared without a trace. When he saw Qin Feng return, the eternal wind hegemon looked at the three Qi hegemon and smiled. This time, it's all thanks to fellow Taoists for informing me in advance. Otherwise, I might have missed out on a great opportunity. Taoist 3 Qi. I've already prepared some wine in the Tao Palace. I wonder if 3 Qi would be willing to do me the honor? The 3 Qi hegemon glanced at the eternal wind hegemon and snorted coldly. I'll go, why wouldn't I? Old man, if this business deal goes through, I'm afraid your status in the Myriad World Auction House will take another step forward. Perhaps it won't be long before you enter the 600th level of the Immortal Net. It's a waste not to eat, but you stingy old man, don't try to cheat this time. I remember that in your grotto heaven, there are a few top-grade connate spirit roots that have matured. You bastard, you want to eat me dry before the deal is done? The eternal wind hegemon scolded jokingly. Chapter 1884. The Mutated World, South Heavenly Realm, Myriad Gods, Celestial Realm. Within the central primordial chaos, a faint purple light suddenly emerged from the depths of space-time. It rapidly elongated and turned into a square, a heavenly dimensional gate. The moment the heavenly dimensional gate formed, a purple light flew out from it and landed on the ground. The majestic imperial robe on his body disappeared, and he turned into a cold-looking young man in a black robe. Chi-Chi. As the young man appeared, the heavenly dimensional gate turned into a purple light and took the shape of a jade tablet. It instantly entered his body. You're back. In the Pangu celestial realm, the Pangu Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the Myriad Gods celestial realm. He pondered for a moment, then summoned the two divine servants outside the shop, Great God Bai Jian and Great God Wu Huai, and gave them a few instructions. Slightly surprised, Bai Jian and Wu Huai retreated. Soon, they each led a team of ancient gods and headed towards the Myriad Gods celestial realm. In the ancient wilderness celestial realm, the ancient wilderness celestial emperor also sensed Qin Feng's return. He only glanced at him and did nothing else. At this moment, his body was surrounded by intense, immortal flames. A mighty force was rapidly transforming in his body. It was as if the world was being created. He could no longer escape. In the Myriad Gods celestial realm, Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he thought about the agreement he made with the Myriad Worlds Auction House. After a moment, he unleashed his eternal saint power, and a huge space-time gate was split open in the chaos. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and entered it. Space-time travel was not as easy as one would imagine, especially when traveling across different regions of the chaos. For ordinary overgods, it was sometimes a huge expense that they could not bear. However, for a dimensional expert like Qin Feng, space-time travel was nothing, especially when he was connected to his natal world. In the Spirit Sea realm, the Spirit Sea realm was not as powerful as the central Huangting universe, but in terms of order, it was much better than the chaotic mutated worlds. This was due to the special structure of the Spirit Sea realm, which was the two huge world trees in the center. The Dream World Tree and the Chaos World Tree in the center had evolved into the center of the Spirit Sea. It was all thanks to Qin Feng's prompt decision to merge the creator space into the Spirit Sea world that he was able to control the mutated Spirit Sea world so tightly. Actually, the structure of the Spirit Sea world obviously followed a great pattern. In the center were the Twin World Trees. Outside the Twin World Trees were some high-level worlds. On the periphery of the advanced worlds were the large worlds. Outside of the large worlds were the greater thousand worlds, the lesser thousand worlds, the ordinary void worlds, and the densely packed void planes and countless dimensional voids. They formed layers upon layers of world Ganges outside, countless and uncountable. From the inside to the outside, it was like a pyramid. This was a common characteristic of some powerful worlds overseen by the World Tree. Many powerful worlds that were suppressed by the World Tree usually had such a structure. In the world of the Spirit Sea, on top of the World Tree, in the Creation Divine Palace, which was the original Celestial Emperor Divine Palace, a space-time portal quietly appeared. A figure walked out from deep within the space-time gate. He landed in the main hall condensed from sparkling divine crystals. As soon as he walked out, Qin Feng felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb and was included in the chaotic world. "Your Majesty," a melodious voice of nature suddenly sounded, carrying a strong sense of surprise. In the main hall, an extremely luxurious and beautiful woman, who looked like the mother of the world, was there. She looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly walked out of the space-time gate, in surprise. She was tall and slender, and her beautiful eyes were dignified and gentle. It was as if she could move heaven and earth. This was a woman who was completely unfamiliar to him. She had a strong spiritual nature on her body. She was an extremely powerful supreme god. She seemed to be cultivating the Heavenly Mother law. Her body was surrounded by Heavenly Mother divine power. She was like the mother of heaven and earth, the mother of chaos. She created heaven and earth and gave birth to the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Qin Feng looked at her and raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't know this woman, he felt a very familiar feeling from her. "You're that Khanate Gordvine?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "That's me." The beautiful Heavenly Mother looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression. Her seductive eyes seemed to be about to drip water. Qin Feng's expression was a bit strange. One of his avatars was the Twin World Tree. The Heavenly Mother's Khanate gourd root and the Twin World Tree intertwined day and night. They were yin and yang, and their relationship was even better than that of husband and wife. Qin Feng looked at the Heavenly Mother and said after a moment, "You cultivate the Heavenly Mother law, and your status is indescribably noble. To a certain extent, the gods of the Spirit Sea should respectfully address you as Divine Mother. All these years, you've been guarding outside the temple. It's been hard on you to live here." Qin Feng's words weren't without reason. Ever since the Spirit Sea merged with the Twin World Trees, the Khanate gods that were born afterward all came from the Twin World Trees. The Khanate gourd root and the Twin World Trees were yin and yang. To a certain extent, the gods respectfully called the Twin World Trees, which meant that Qin Feng's avatar was the Creator Father. The Khanate gourd root should be the Creator Mother. From now on, I'll appoint you as the Divine Mother of the Divine Court. You'll be above the Imperial Emperors and enter the Purple Cloud Palace. If I'm not around, You'll be in charge of the heavenly court and rule the world with the imperial emperors." As soon as he finished speaking, rumble, the world shook. It was as if billions of thunders were ringing in the world. The mighty figures of the divine path in the spirit sea world could see endless auspicious signs emerging from the center of the spirit sea world. Purple chi rose into the air, and an extremely noble karmic position of heaven and earth emerged from the Lingxiao Hall. A Dharma image of a goddess rose from the throne, as if she was the mother of all gods. Many Khanate gods even shouted that the Heavenly Mother was immeasurable. Infinite divine Tao providence gathered. In a mighty divine light, the goddess's strength rose steadily. Her mighty power suppressed countless Khanate ancient gods and forced them to release their divine power to resist the storm. She was the divine mother of the divine court, Lady Ziji. At this moment, all the divine Tao mighty figures in the world understood the divine name of this noble goddess through their unseen senses, and they all wore strange looks on their faces. Many supreme ancient gods stared at the Lingxiao Palace of the heavenly court across countless dimensions. In the Lingxiao Palace, many powerful karmic ranks of the world have been born in the past tens of thousands of years, but this time a supreme karmic rank was born. The Divine Mother, the mother of all gods, was an extremely noble karmic rank of the world. It was one of the top karmic ranks of the world, second only to the Creator Father. It was above many ancient gods and the divine court imperial emperors. The divine court couldn't give birth to such a powerful karmic rank of the world for no reason. However, when they saw the Heavenly Mother, Madame Ziji, reveal her true form with their own eyes, many of the ancient gods were relieved. With this noble status, if it weren't for the divine concubines who had been suppressing her in secret, she would have become the Heavenly Mother long ago. At this moment in the spirit sea, the divine concubines looked at the Lingxiao Palace and were stunned at first, but then they understood. He's back. Only he can break through our suppression of karmic luck. He's finally back. In the tremor, beams of divine light flew out of the seclusion grounds and turned into long rainbows that pierced through the air in the direction of the heavenly court. Qin Feng casually conferred the position of Heavenly Mother and ignored her who was refining the karmic rank of the world. He went directly to the altar space where the All Heavens Space-Time Trading Network was located. Chapter 1885. There was no doubt that the world of the Spirit Sea was changing all the time. Some of the ordinary cultivators under the heavenly court had changed many generations. Only some ancient living beings had lived for a long time, looking down on thousands of generations and composing spring and autumn. Qin Feng met Feng Yi in the God of Fortune's residence in the center of the All Heavens Space-Time Trading Network. Feng Yi was still the same as before. She was still as peerless as before. However, after many years of being in charge of the All Heavens Space-Time Trading Network, Feng Yi had become even more majestic, stabilizing the first stage of the eternal realm. Feng Yi sat cross-legged on the throne in the center. There were 3 eternal godhoods above her head. They seemed to be resonating with the billions of space-time laws in the depths of the void, receiving a baptism. Qin Feng glanced at them. The first stage of the 3 stages of the eternal realm required the condensation of 3 powerful precepts of heaven and earth to strengthen the eternal soul and condense the immortal and indestructible power of the saint soul. The second stage was the river of eternity. It continued to strengthen the eternal saint power in one's body. Together with the eternal soul, it tempered one's eternal body. Usually, it required 9 precepts of heaven and earth to strengthen one's eternal saint power to the extent that it could cleanse the eternal saint body. Feng Yi was originally just in the first stage of the overgod body. After receiving the karmic feedback from his promotion to divine ancestor, she matured the other 2 precepts of heaven and earth, the time and space precepts, and then fused them with the trading precepts to step into the eternal soul realm. Speaking of which, It was a great opportunity and a great creation. However, from Qin Feng's point of view, although she had benefited from him and transformed into the eternal soul realm, it would be extremely difficult to improve in a short time. Feng Yi needed more time to familiarize herself with the power of the eternal soul. Only then could she plan other precepts of heaven and earth. Although it would make Feng Yi's foundation a little unstable, such an opportunity would not be easily given up in the hands of anyone. The eternal soul realm was not something that ordinary supremes could easily step into. The gains and losses in this could not be clearly described in a few words. On the throne, Feng Yi seemed to sense that someone had broken into the space-time trading network. She opened her eyes, and a huge pressure appeared from the space-time trading network, pressing towards Qin Feng. The majestic power was terrifying, but when it passed by Qin Feng, it suddenly disappeared like a spring breeze. "Your Majesty." Feng Yi's expression was somewhat shaken. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Qin Feng nodded slightly. A fragrant wind blew, and soon, Qin Feng felt a soft body fall into his embrace. His hands circled around the goddess's willowy waist, and he gently stroked the divine consort's soft and fragrant hair. Hugging this goddess, Qin Feng felt as if he had returned to tens of thousands of years ago when he was floating in the spirit sea world. Many silhouettes appeared in his mind. Some were his good friends, and some were his enemies. Time flew by, and it felt good to be able to hug each other. "That's enough. You're already a mighty figure of the divine Tao, so stop acting like a little girl." Qin Feng gently patted the shoulder of the divine consort in his arms. A rare gentleness appeared in his voice. "You wicked radish, to think that I've been thinking of you all these years." Although she was somewhat reluctant, Feng Yi still let go of Qin Feng. Speaking of being unfaithful, her beautiful eyes carried a trace of hidden bitterness and a cold snort. She was referring to the three divine consorts of the Aso divine clan. Qin Feng had always been rather dull when it came to jealous women. This was the same even after he became an eternal divine lord. Smiling embarrassedly, Qin Feng could only smile apologetically. He shamelessly begged for mercy and pulled Feng Yi onto a large bed that appeared out of thin air. After messing around for a while, he finally stopped. After a deep conversation, Qin Feng explained the purpose of his return to Feng Yi. Her soft, cloud-like body leaned against Qin Feng's chest. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng Yi's eyes were filled with surprise. "Your Majesty will be in charge of the cooperation with the Central Yellow Court's Myriad Worlds auction house." With the divine consort in his arms, Qin Feng looked at Feng Yi and said, feeling the intimate contact between their skin, "I can only rest assured if you're in charge of this." Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He'd carefully considered this matter. The deal with the Myriad Worlds auction house was extremely important to the expansion of the Spirit Sea. This wasn't just because it could affect the future of the Spirit Sea's economy. Most importantly, anyone who presided over the deal could receive an unimaginable blessing from it. Qin Feng wasn't willing to give such a good deal to a subordinate he wasn't familiar with. Thus, he could only choose from the group of divine consorts beside him. Deep in his heart, Qin Feng naturally favored Red Lotus more. However, Red Lotus had a rather cold personality. As she grew up, she was more inclined towards killing. She wasn't used to such shameless profit-seeking operations. As for the rest, Yu Yao was actually quite suitable. Yu Yao was most adept at business. Not only was she passionate about it, but she also seemed to have a natural talent for it. However, Yu Yao's ambition was too great. Yu Yao was now a famous empress in the Spirit Sea's imperial court. If she would be in charge of such a huge deal, her luck would increase. By then, even if Red Lotus and Feng Yi worked together, they wouldn't be able to suppress her. Qin Feng wasn't worried that Yu Yao would overturn the Spirit Sea's imperial court. It was just that he had a large family and business now. Even his 2 children had begun to bear fruit. It could be said that he had many bloodlines. If Yu Yao were to be in charge, the balance of the divine consorts behind her would be broken. By then, there would be unexpected problems. Feng Yi looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She was a little touched. She knew very well how great the benefits of this dimensional transaction were. A transaction between two worlds could allow an ordinary mortal to easily obtain a huge amount of wealth and even become a god or an immortal. Not to mention the power contained in a transaction between two dimensions. Even Feng Yi found it difficult to control herself. However, Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that the sisters will say that you're biased? Feng Yi's hands gently caressed Qin Feng's chest. Her charming eyes were like silk. My dear consort, can you let go of the pie that's already in your mouth? Qin Feng glanced at her. Of course I won't let go. Feng Yi didn't hesitate to press her charming face against the devil-like chest. Her long and narrow phoenix eyes narrowed, carrying a sense of majesty and dominance. Then, she changed the topic. However, those divine consorts of yours won't let it go so easily. Feeling the two huge and soft lumps on his chest, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and gently caressed Feng Yi's delicate skin that was as smooth as milk satin. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements for them. Qin Feng naturally knew the principle of treating a bowl of water equally. He said again, Moreover, for the next 10 years, I will stay in the spirit seas world to cultivate. With me around, they won't drag you down. Chapter 1886. In the Chaos era was about to change. The changes in the Chaos Zone 9 were almost complete, but the changes in the Spirit Sea world continued. In the Chaos Zone 10, which was next to the Chaos Zone 9, there was also a sudden change. At this time, there was also a huge world like the Spirit Sea world that was rapidly swallowing other worlds in the Chaos Zone 10. This was a huge world similar to the Spirit Sea world, which was a mutated world. In this huge world, there were many terrifying giant gods stepping on countless worlds, using the powerful worlds as cloaks to swallow the power of the chaos. These giant gods were all extremely huge. Some were surrounded by fire and water. Some were surrounded by wind and thunder. Some were bathed in light and darkness. And some were standing in the depths of time and space. They often used worlds as weapons. Once they reached adulthood, they would be able to break open worlds and jump out of them. Tens of thousands of years ago, after Qin Feng dominated the Spirit Sea world, a group of wandering ancient gods came to the Chaos Zone 9. However, after discovering that the Spirit Sea world had a master, these wandering ancient gods weighed the pros and cons and voluntarily gave up the Spirit Sea world in the Chaos Zone 9. They turned to the Chaos Zone 10. Relying on their keen perception of the changes in the Chaos Zone, this group of wandering ancient gods entered part of the worlds in the Chaos Zone 10. Not long after, relying on the ancient god clan's terrifying talent and some luck, the ancient god clan gained a firm foothold in the Chaos Zone 10. At this time, they basically dominated the mutated worlds in the Chaos Zone 10. They were constantly nibbling at the surrounding worlds and beginning to expand beyond the Chaos Zone 10. It wouldn't be long before they could touch the worlds in the Chaos Zone 9 or the Chaos Zone 11. In the center of this huge world, there were three ancient giant gods with surging auras. Their auras were close to the peak of the eternal Heaven Lord realm. On this day, as the ancient god world expanded, the sound of a bottleneck breaking came out of one of them, and a strange and majestic essence began to transform in his body. At the same time, the changes in the other two ancient giant gods came to an abrupt halt. They roared indignantly and turned into two streams of light that instantly sank into the body of the terrifying giant god in the center and devoured him. Rumble! In an instant, the giant god's body expanded, and his aura increased by more than 100 times. Qin Feng returned to his natal world from the mutated world not just to appoint an immortal net agent. His main goal was to use this opportunity to cultivate a world-type secret technique and completely break away from the sacred ancestor stage. After spending some time with Feng Yi, Qin Feng left the All Heavens space-time trading space. Feng Yi began to prepare a special ceremony to connect the all-heavens space-time trading space to the immortal net. This required a special ritual to summon the will of the immortal net that belonged to the central Golden Court universe. This ritual was very complicated and required a lot of spirit materials and divine items to refine a specific sacrificial altar. However, with Feng Yi, Qin Feng was happy to be idle. However, as soon as he appeared in the creation shrine, he was stopped by several divine concubines who had been waiting for him for a long time. Left with no choice, Qin Feng could only take out a portion of his time to accompany these divine concubines. In fact, after experiencing such a long journey, Qin Feng was also happy to use the time and the space to accompany some of his close female friends. Just treat it as a final relaxation before the bitter cultivation. Along the way, Qin Feng met his two direct descendants for the first time in the creation shrine. Perhaps because of their special bloodline, the two direct descendants of the Queen of Silvermoon had just entered their youth after tens of thousands of years of time. They were two handsome young men who resembled Qin Feng in appearance. They had inherited part of his first-generation dragon ancestors' bloodline and were born dragon ancestors. Their strength was average, and they were born supreme dragon ancestors. However, that was all there was to it. Of course, this was from Qin Feng's point of view. Qin Feng had inherited part of their bloodline. They were born supreme dragon ancestors, but they hadn't made any progress in tens of thousands of years. They were really ashamed of his bloodline. However, this was Qin Feng's point of view. In the eyes of many ancient creatures, the supreme realm was undoubtedly the overlord of the overlords. After all, the legendary primordial chaos Taoist of the spirit sea world was only a supreme god. Even the strongest of the five desolation great emperors, the Easter Desolation Great Emperor, was only a supreme god. However, these two had inherited another advantage of Qin Feng's bloodline to some extent, and had even developed it. They had just entered their youth, and already had many close female friends. Thanks to these two, Qin Feng realized that he had unknowingly had quite a few descendants. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this. In truth, ever since he had broken through to the sacred ancestor level, Qin Feng didn't really care if his two sons had any future prospects. As long as they took root and gave birth to more descendants, there should be a few outstanding ones among them. In view of this situation, Qin Feng used this period of time to formulate a simple family cultivation system. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Qin Feng still hoped that among his descendants, there would be a few talents who could help him share some of the pressure. At the very least, he didn't want them to waste the sacred ancestor bloodline in their bodies. At the very least, he didn't want them to lose face. With a healthy family cultivation system, it wouldn't be long before the Qin clan truly became a powerful clan in the primordial chaos. After spending a lot of time with the divine concubines, he sent off the last two divine concubines of light and darkness. A month later, Qin Feng finally focused his attention on the two secret scrolls he had just obtained. These days, as he personally felt the changes in the primordial chaos, Qin Feng always felt a sense of oppression. This kind of intuition urged him not to stop growing stronger. Qin Feng guessed that this might be because he had returned to the spirit sea world. The creator god was with the world, and he could feel some kind of change in the primordial chaos and instinctively wanted to strengthen himself. Qin Feng believed in this intuition and even chased away a few divine concubines who were reluctant to part with him. On the gigantic twin world tree, amidst the mist-like primordial chaos energy, the Genesis shrine was majestic and sacred. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the main hall, one finger pressed against his forehead. A solemn and eternal aura emanated from him. His divine will began to study a golden tome floating in his sea of consciousness. This was one of the two secret scrolls that he had borrowed from the Immortal Net Myriad World Library for 600 million celestial spirit points. This golden tome was filled with the tranquility and mysterious aura of immortals. It had a nameless heaven and earth, the beginning of all things. In Qin Feng's divine will, The golden tome seemed to gradually change as his divine will comprehended it. It turned into a huge golden gourd. Within the gourd, there was a strange aura. It couldn't be seen, heard, or fought. It was indescribable, but it also seemed to be the root of heaven and earth, the door to all mysteries. Chapter 1887. Universal Gourd World Scroll. That was the true name of the world-type secret scroll. The origin of this world-style secret technique could no longer be investigated. However, in the library, it was vaguely indicated that this was a secret technique that was born in the even more obscure Chaos era. It was created by an extremely powerful immortal master. The world created by this secret technique was extremely powerful. It could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, and it had the strange power to refine all primordial chi. There were 7 complete levels. Qin Feng had only borrowed the first 2 levels of this secret scroll. Qin Feng had other plans. Qin Feng wasn't prepared. He refined the world according to the Universal Gourd World Scroll. Other than the Universal Gourd World Scroll, there was also the 9 Heavens, Echo, Thunder, God, Universal Dharma incantation. The 9 Heavens, Echo, Thunder, God, Universal Spell was a top secret scroll of the art school, with the art school as the foundation and the Eternal Secret Codex as the foundation. It was an eternal immortal spell that belonged to the immortal Tao. The 9 Heavens, Echo, Primordial Thunder, God, Universal Dharma incantation had the power of the Eternal Secret Codex. That was the true power of a top sacred ancestor. If he cultivated this secret scroll, even if it was only the first level, Qin Feng would have the power to easily suppress ordinary eternal sacred ancestors. Qin Feng felt lucky. Ordinary eternal sacred ancestors, without the backing of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace, wouldn't have had the opportunity to come in contact with a secret technique of this level. Even if they found a place like the auction house, they wouldn't have been able to afford such a secret scroll without the support of a faction behind them. Such a gap was enough for some sacred ancestors to easily determine the winner and the loser in a great battle. Qin Feng's thoughts and ambitions were clear. This wasn't much different from the path that many sacred ancestors took when they broke through. If ordinary sacred ancestors wanted to walk the path of the art of worlds, they would usually condense a world treasure to suppress the world, or simply turn the entire world into a powerful treasure. Qin Feng's path was similar. He wanted to refine the world of the Spirit Sea into a gourd world. The only difference was that Qin Feng had other ambitions. He wanted to use the gourd to create another spell. If he succeeded, he would have one more trump card than ordinary sacred patriarchs. He would also be stronger than ordinary sacred ancestors and not weaker than those powerful sacred ancestors who wielded Tao artifacts. In the Divine Palace, Qin Feng's eyes glowed. He was full of ambition. However, this was only a prediction of his. There were still many difficulties to complete this prediction. However, Qin Feng was willing to give it a try. To refine the Spirit Sea world into a treasure gourd without sacrificing the potential of the entire world and perfectly preserve his potential for advancement. There were many arrangements and steps. Qin Feng took a look. He had it. There were millions of steps. There were still many minor details. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng simply opened the palace gate and prepared to summon his former subordinates. After Qin Feng sent the message out of the creation temple, the prime gods of the Spirit Sea, Celestial Court, all sensed it, including some of the prime gods of the Qin family. They all headed towards the creation temple. A group of concubines also returned. Hell Prime God Red Lotus, Grand Essence Prime God Du Pingxia, Light and Darkness Prime God Shirhan, Shirtong, Twin Prime Gods Baiyin Baiyu, Seeth Demon Prime God Lan Ro Tying Prime God Silvermoon Queen, Iron Blood Prime God Yao, the 3 Fate Prime God Sisters, and Lady Ziji. Among the hundreds of prime gods, there were many familiar faces. The dozen or so powerful immortal Master Hong Chun from the Shrouded Sky world, and the ones at the front were No Shi, Vicious, Yi Fan, Duanda, and others. There were also Qin Feng's former subordinates: Darkness Prime God Little 8, Light Prime God Holy Spirit, Nether Prime God Holy Spirit, Wood Prime God Sangxiong, Water Prime God Holy Spirit, Star Prime God Star Venerable, Grand Ancestor God, Ice Prime God Guan Roland, Black Tortoise Prime God, and Qilin Prime God. There were also the Prime Gods who had already formed a few major clans. For example, the Spirit Clan Gods, led by Crown Prince Sangxiong, the Wood Prime God Holy Spirit, the Ice Prime Gods, the Star Clan Gods, the Black Tortoise Clan Gods. There were also the Sword Dao Gods, led by the Third Sword Ancestor Duguxia, the Demon Dao Gods, led by the First Demon Ancestor Duan Shaolu, the Nether Prime Gods, led by Nether Prime God Holy Spirit. Some of the Asa gods were the masters of the clans created by Qin Feng. The Void Divine Realm brought Xian Yuan, Huoba, and the other human gods. There were also the strongest first-generation dragon ancestors, such as the Black Dragon Master and the White Dragon Master, who led the Dragon Clan gods. There were also the masters of the various god clans who had already joined the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court, such as the legendary Primordial Chaos Taoist, the Five Desolation Emperor Lord, the War God Taoist, Emperor Shi, and the other god clans. There were also many prime gods who were born in the world. These prime gods had joined the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court and were overseeing a region. They came with the creation god talisman. There seemed to be a lot of them. The various phenomena illuminated the sky above the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court with boundless divine might. However, among the various god systems, the Qin family had the most number of master gods. After obtaining the bloodline of Qin Feng's divine ancestor, the entire Qin clan became a powerful clan in the primal chaos. Almost the entire clan became prime gods, and there were many top supreme gods. One after another, more and more prime gods came to the creation temple. The prime gods came. Many of them saw the creation god for the first time after tens of thousands of years. They all had different expressions, but most of them looked solemn. Qin Feng, who was sitting on a throne, closed his eyes and didn't speak. He looked around and communicated with each other, secretly guessing. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were slightly shaken, some had strange expressions, and so on. Kaboom! Suddenly, endless black light whizzed over from hundreds of millions of miles away in the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court. There seemed to be a giant beast cruising over. Many prime gods in beast form frowned and looked at the sky. There was a hint of unnaturalness in their expressions. A prime god walked out. He was elegant and was surrounded by endless black light. There seemed to be a giant beast above his head that could devour the heavens and the earth. He glanced at the two sides of the hall and saw that the prime gods were already seated. He was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. When he looked at the divine throne in the center and saw the existence on it, his pupils shrank. A moment later, another black light came from the void and landed beside the black-robed prime god. It was an extremely beautiful, black-robed divine lady. She looked cold. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at the two powerful prime gods strangely. The black-robed prime god had already broken through to the second stage of prime god. A second-step prime god was considered above average even among all the prime gods in the hall. The black-robed divine lady was slightly inferior. She had only just become a prime god. Of course, Qin Feng naturally didn't care about the cultivation of these two people. They were just two acquaintances, Yi Ding and the divine lady of Kunpeng. Apart from the two of them, among the prime gods, Qin Feng even saw the figures of the geniuses of Xingqian school, such as Ji Huang, Ji Qingxian, Yu Ji, Pangu, Talisman Ancestor, Dharma Ancestor, Xin Xiu, and so on. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at the prime gods calmly. He went straight to the point. All right, almost all of you are here. I've called you here this time to help me cultivate a secret technique. This time, we're going to refine the Spirit Sea world. Chapter 1888. Refine the Spirit Sea world. The expressions of the over-gods in the hall changed. However, most of them were confused, not understanding the meaning behind Qin Feng's actions. However, no matter what realm they were in, the spirit sea world was significant to the true gods. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at the expressions of the overgods. He did not explain too much. Since they were in different realms, they might not understand the meaning behind his actions. He only said calmly, "Later, I will divide the spirit sea world into 8 regions and 8 heavenly realms. Each heavenly realm will be divided into several divine realms. The 8 regions will choose the strongest overgods to be in charge of the divine realms. Within the divine realms, there will be a spirit sea world." Isn't this a new division of power? Yes, this is a big move. The expressions of the overgods changed. Many of the overgods who have been sitting calmly also changed. "Your Majesty, are you going to take this opportunity to resolve the chaos in the spirit sea world?" At the side, the Queen of Silver Moon looked at Qin Feng in surprise. The other overgods also looked at him. Once this talisman was released, the spirit sea world would probably be turned upside down. On the throne, Qin Feng welcomed the gazes of the overgods. Qin Feng's heart changed. In fact, he was not dissatisfied with the division of power in the spirit sea world. It was just that the division of power was not conducive to the spirit sea heavenly court's rule, especially after he made up his mind to walk the path of a world. "You can say that." Qin Feng nodded slightly. He looked around at the overgods, and his gaze first fell on Red Lotus. "Red Lotus, from today onwards, you are the overlord of the Eastern Heavenly Realm. The overlord of all divine realms and spirit sea world under you will be determined within 10 years. Report to the Heavenly Court and wait for my approval." As soon as he said that, all the gods in the hall looked at the goddess sitting on the first concubine seat on the left, which was closest to the central throne, beside Qin Feng. Immediately, this goddess became the focus of the hall. The overlord of the Eastern Heavenly Realm was the superior of the overlords of the divine realms. It was a great authority. In an instant, countless envious and jealous gazes were about to turn into flames and melt her. However, no one dared to be impudent, setting aside the fact that she was the eternal God Emperor who stood above the overgods. She was also the concubine of the spirit sea ruler. "Greetings, Lord of the Eastern Heavenly Realm. Congratulations to the chief god of hell for ascending to the position of supreme venerate." Hong Lian watched this scene calmly. Her expression hadn't changed at all from the beginning to the end. She then closed her eyes. As the Lord of the Spirit Sea bestowed her with his golden words, a vast amount of fate fell into her body. A huge region in the east of the Spirit Sea connected to her. She was silently refining and digesting the benefits. "Phoenix Consort, you are the master of the southeastern heavenly realm." Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the other peerless goddess with a graceful and luxurious appearance. The Phoenix Consort nodded slightly. At the same time, a huge amount of fate rose up from the south of the Spirit Sea world, turning into rays of golden light that entered her body. Now that they had broken through to the eternal God Emperor realm, the two women could clearly sense the benefits of this dense heaven and earth providence for eternal God Emperors. Qin Feng looked at the other concubines. His gaze fell on Yu Yao, Queen Silvermoon, and Madame Ziji. Among the remaining concubines, these 3 were the strongest. Madame Ziguang had the advantage of having a strong background, Queen Silvermoon had the advantage of having 2 sons, and Yu Yao had the advantage of being a paramount god. She was obviously stronger than the other concubines because she was good at management. Qin Feng wanted to appoint a few more concubines, but if he did so, it would be detrimental to the development of the Spirit Sea world. I can only wait for the Spirit Sea world to devour more worlds in the future before appointing a new master of the heavenly realm. Below the Great Hall, the gods looked at Qin Feng nervously, especially the powerful overgods and eternal god emperors. Qin Feng was deep in thought. His eyes were filled with hope. Qin Feng had appointed 2 masters of the heavenly realm. Everyone knew the benefits of being the master of the heavenly realm. This was especially true for the most powerful group of people present. Primordial Chaos Taoist, Your Majesty, the faces of the gods changed. Their gazes fell on an eternal god emperor who was ranked high in the Great Hall. Primordial Chaos Taoist was a gray-robed old man with an indifferent expression. This gray-robed Taoist was quite famous in the Spirit Sea world, especially not long ago when he became an eternal god emperor. His name shook the Spirit Sea world. There were rumors that if not for the sudden appearance of Qin Feng, the current master of the Spirit Sea world, Primordial Chaos Taoist might very well have been him. Hongmeng Taoist opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the central divine throne, in surprise. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen to him. A glint flashed in his eyes as he walked out from the crowd of deities. "You are the master of the northeast heavenly realm." "Thank you, your majesty." At this moment, in the northeast direction of the Spirit Sea world, the numerous worlds turned into a huge heavenly realm. A huge amount of fate energy rolled in from the countless worlds in the northeast. It turned into a golden glow and entered Primordial Chaos Taoist's body. Under this huge amount of fate energy, Primordial Chaos Taoist's aura rose steadily. A thick purple light surrounded his body. Along with this fluctuation, an extremely majestic essence flashed and disappeared. At the side, many overgods were elated when they saw this scene. They were the overgods who belonged to Primordial Chaos Taoist faction. Primordial Chaos Taoist was born in the Spirit Sea world. Many overgods were fated to be his teacher. On the central divine throne, Qin Feng saw this scene and nodded slightly. However, when that extremely huge amount of purple aura flashed and disappeared, a strange look flashed in his eyes. This Primordial Chaos Taoist seemed to have mastered the Eternal Primordial Chaos Secret Manual. The Eternal Primordial Chaos Secret Manual was a powerful Eternal Secret Manual that was ranked above the Eternal Lightning Secret Manual among the 3,000 Eternal Secret Manuals. The Eternal Lightning Secret Manual was considered to be in the lower middle of the 3,000 Eternal Secret Manuals. However, the Eternal Primordial Chaos Secret Manual was definitely in the top 30. The remaining 5 regions, 5 masters of heavenly realms. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the main hall. There were a few Eternal God Emperors in the Divine Hall. However, those Eternal God Emperors who had joined the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court had no loyalty to speak of. Netherworld Origin Paramount God Wang Daoi, you are the master of the Northern Heavenly Realm. Darkness Origin Paramount God, you are the master of the Southern Heavenly Realm. Eastern Wilderness Emperor, you are the master of the Southwest Heavenly Realm. Xinyuan Emperor, you are the master of the Northwest Heavenly Realm. Qin Feng appointed another 4 masters of heavenly realms in one go. Wang Daoi, Eastern Wilderness, Little 8, and Xinyuan walked out from the crowd of gods with smiles on their faces. They were not eternal emperors. They were only paramount gods. Being able to replace the eternal god emperors and become the masters of heavenly realms was truly a pleasant surprise. The gods looked at the 4 of them with envy and jealousy in their eyes. However, at the same time, their gazes were fixed on the Supreme Being on the central divine throne. The entire divine hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was waiting for Qin Feng's final conferment. Of the 8 masters of heavenly realms, only one was left. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze landed on a beautiful goddess. There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Chapter 1889. She was a goddess. In the past, in the plane she came from, this woman was known as the most talented great emperor in history. She was the most talented woman since ancient times. She stood proudly at the top of the world, fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against herself. Although she wasn't innately talented, she relied on her own strength to slay numerous kings and stand alone above the 9 heavens. Not even those unparalleled figures could stand in her way. Despite her inferior physique, she eventually reached the peak and became one of the most powerful figures in history. She was one of the leaders of another pantheon. She was also one of the titans of the original primordial system. Based on the original Tao of four extremes dragonification, the most powerful emperors reversed the essence and reshaped the foundation, establishing a different primordial Tao of gods. The primordial Tao of gods was now filled with talented individuals, with dozens of primordial over-gods appearing one after another. It was one of the more than 10 pantheons under the command of the Spirit Sea Celestial Court. It was one of the more famous pantheons. However, her cultivation base was slightly lower than the other overgods. It was as if she had just become a paramount god. Compared to many of the overgods in the hall, and even the eternal god emperors, she was clearly much weaker. Qin Feng was somewhat worried that the primordial Tao of gods led by this woman wouldn't be able to suppress the situation. Other overgods aside, the Qin clan had at least 50 overgods like this white-robed goddess, if not 100. Overgod Heaven Devourer, you shall be the ruler of the Western Celestial Realm. In the main hall, Ruthless, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His cold eyes looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the central throne, in surprise. Vicious was a bit taken aback. She hadn't expected that the position of ruler of the Western Celestial Realm would fall into her hands. It wasn't just Vicious. Overgod Heaven Devourer was also in disbelief. Many of the other overgods in the hall were also in a daze. In all fairness, the former Emperor Ruthless, later known as Paramount God Heaven Devourer, was definitely a talented individual. However, the God Lords in the Genesis God Temple were definitely not the most talented individuals on this plane. This was especially true for the Overgod Heaven Devourer. Amongst the many overgods present, he wasn't particularly outstanding. Many of the ancient gods looked disappointed. Some of the overgods of the Qin clan, as well as a few powerful eternal god emperors, were frowning as well. Among the divine consorts, the Iron Blood Consort Yu Yao, the Grading Consort, the Silver Moon Queen, and Madame Zi Guang all frowned. The other 7 lords of the heavenly realms were one thing, but those 7 were either eternal god emperors or paramount gods. For example, although the overgod of darkness essence and the overgod of netherworld essence had only recently ascended, they were still the confidants of the creator god. No one could doubt that. But this heaven devourer overgod caused many of the ancient gods to feel suspicious. Compared to the doubts in the gods' hearts, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Duanda, and the other overgods born from the primordial path of divinity were overjoyed. If the primordial god system could dominate a celestial realm, it would undoubtedly be great news for the primordial god path. Using this as a springboard, many of them could also become the masters of a god region. The fortune that the Lord of the deity realm possessed was not something that the lords of the upper realms could easily compare to. Qin Feng made his decision arbitrarily, ignoring the mutterings in the gods' hearts. All right, the 8 lords of the heavenly realms remain. The rest of you may leave and await your appointment in the divine court. There will be new appointments within 10 years. Qin Feng's gaze then fell on the 8 overgods. Madame Ziji, the 8 overgods, you may head to the side hall to discuss the lords of the god regions and the lords of the spirit regions. Draw up a preliminary list and submit it to me for final review. In the side hall, I have drawn up a plan to divide the spirit sea world. Of course, it involves the interests of the various races and sects, as well as the division of the world. If you have any suggestions, you may also submit them together. A plan to divide the world. The gazes of the overgods flickered, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. The 8 overgods first stopped in their tracks, then looked surprised and shocked. After bowing to Qin Feng, they looked at each other and immediately headed to the side hall. Beside them, Madame Ziji also started to move. Among the divine concubines, there were a dozen or so divine concubines who were looking at her with strange expressions. Madame Ziji's eyes were cold and elegant. She was a little surprised by Qin Feng's decision. She had never thought that Qin Feng would give her such great power. Discussing the division of the world, the benefits involved in this were frightening. She could feel the fervent gazes of the gods on her. Your Majesty, Although Sister ZG is also a divine concubine and has a respected status, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for her to decide such a big matter by herself. I'm afraid that she won't be able to do it. At this moment, a faint and slightly cold voice came from among the divine concubines. The gods' gazes flickered, and they stopped in their tracks and looked into the main hall. Qin Feng's gaze turned and fell on a divine concubine with a cold face. Baiyina. Qin Feng's gaze flickered. Was it Baiyina or Baiyu? He remembered that these two divine concubines didn't seem to be very interested in power. However, the clash of fortunes involved in deciding the world was indeed beyond imagination. This would bring unimaginable benefits to both the Supreme God and the Eternal God Emperor. It wasn't surprising that fortune moved people. Beside them, another divine concubine who was about to leave stopped in her tracks. She glanced at the hall and pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister Bai is right. I also think that with only ZG presiding over this matter, he won't be able to do it. Although Sister ZG represents the entire Spirit Sea Heavenly Court and His Majesty, Sister ZG has been cultivating in the Genesis Shrine for tens of thousands of years. She isn't familiar with the matters of the Heavenly Court. The division of the world concerns the future of the Heavenly Court and His Majesty's cultivation. This matter cannot be neglected. Honglian, Madame ZG's beautiful face was expressionless. She glanced at the two divine concubines, Baiyin and Honglian. She found it strange that she didn't seem to have offended these two divine concubines. These two divine concubines were very important among the divine concubines in the backcourt. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at Honglian. His expression didn't change, but he was a little confused. However, since Honglian had spoken, Qin Feng had to consider carefully. Qin Feng looked at Madame ZG. ZG, we say, Madame ZG said calmly. Your Majesty, ZG only attained the Tao 10,000 years ago. He is indeed inexperienced in the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court. Please reconsider. If that's the case, I will send 2 more people to you. Yu Yao, Shirhan, Madame ZG will be in charge this time. The 2 of you will assist from the side. Beside them, Yu Yao and Shirhan's eyes flickered. His Majesty was using them. It seemed that this romantic His Majesty had finally remembered them. Chapter 1890. Shirhan's cold personality was one thing. Although she was a little happy, she only smiled faintly. Yu Yao, on the other hand, was very surprised. However, she had gone through so much training and was already familiar with all kinds of situations. Although she was overjoyed, she could only keep a smile on her face. The 2 women bowed slightly and walked into the side hall. Seeing this, Baiyiner and Red Lotus eyes moved slightly. Baiyiner frowned, while Red Lotus eyes carried a hint of a smile. She sat on the throne without a change in expression. Red Lotus seems to be willing to help Yu Yao. From afar, the Queen of Silvermoon and Feng Yi noticed a flash of light in Red Lotus's eyes. The Queen of Silvermoon's beautiful eyes moved, and she felt a little strange. Qin Feng had left the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court for tens of thousands of years, and the people he trusted were limited. A portion of his trusted subordinates had already been conferred the title of Lord of a Heavenly Realm. They already held great power in their hands, no matter what the reason was. Qin Feng obviously wouldn't let them take a step forward in the short term. As for the other paramount gods, the Eternal God Emperor, and the people of the Qin family, Qin Feng wouldn't let them easily infiltrate the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court in case the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court became too powerful. Then, Qin Feng didn't have many choices and only the dozen or so divine concubines in the back hall. However, there weren't many suitable for this task. Yu Yao Su Lai was famous for her ability, and even if Qin Feng didn't like her, he would have to use her. I'm afraid this woman has already secretly sided with Red Lotus. The Queen of Silvermoon's expression didn't change, but her beautiful eyes flashed with a sigh. Although the divine concubines in Qin Feng's back hall were all equal, there were still some differences in who was favored. Red Lotus and Feng Yi were undoubtedly the two most favored. After them were the Queen of Silver Moon and Baiyaner. The rest were the three new goddesses of fate, the light and dark concubines, Yu Yao, Grand Essence concubine, and Sea Demon concubine. And in reality, in the rear court, the strongest were also Red Lotus and Feng Yi, these two girls. Although Yu Yao's strength was rising day by day in the heavenly court, the Queen of Silver Moon knew that Yu Yao had almost reached the peak of what she could climb. It was true that fighting alone was extremely powerful, but there was a limit to it. Without Qin Feng's favor, it would be very difficult for him to acquire more of the destiny of heaven and earth and become a paramount god in a short period of time. Even though the Queen of Silver Moon did not think highly of Yao Yao, she had to admit that joining the Red Lotus Empire was undoubtedly a good move. However, whoever Yu Yao wanted to rely on had nothing to do with her. Now that she had given birth to Qin Feng's two legitimate sons, no one could shake her position. The Queen of Silver Moon turned and left. The Queen of Silver Moon saw everything clearly. Qin Feng, who was sitting on his throne with his true spirit in the depths of the void, naturally saw everything as well. Qin Feng was only slightly surprised. Unknowingly, the servant girl who had mended his clothes for him back then had grown to such a level. Her mind was sharp, and she wasn't inferior to those experts in palace intrigue. After the gods left, only the 8 lords of the heavenly realms remained. Feng Yi, Red Lotus, Primordial Chaos Taoist, Great Emperor Xin Yuan, Darkness Origin Over God, Nether Origin Over God, and Emperor Ruthless. Qin Feng looked at the 8 of them from his throne. You are all pillars of the heavenly court in the Spirit Sea. I intend to refine heaven and earth here. Before that, I will redivide the Spirit Sea world. The 8 of you will oversee the 8 heavenly realms. You will be the role models of the gods. Do not disappoint me. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. We will do our best to assist the venerated ancestor in governing the Spirit Sea world. The 8 of them looked at each other solemnly and spoke almost in unison. On the divine throne, Qin Feng had a non-committal expression as he spoke indifferently. The steps to refine the world are rather complicated, but this matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, when the great calamity arrives, the Spirit Sea world will be plunged into misery and suffering. Great calamity? The 8 people's expressions changed slightly. Hong Lian and Feng Yi's gazes also fluctuated slightly. Qin Feng did not care about the expressions of the 8 people. He waved his sleeves, and 8 golden lights appeared in front of his chest. These are the 8 dermic incantations that I have condensed. With them, I can condense 8 heavenly realms. They are the Eastern View Vast Ocean Divine Incantation, the Western View Mountain Range Divine Incantation, the Northern View Divine Incantation, the Southern 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 View. This 8 scenic sky realm world is the key to refine my world this time. You don't have to put in all your effort, but the lords of the God realm and spirit realm can cultivate this incantation. If you fail to cultivate this incantation within 3,000 years, I will have no choice but to replace you with another lord. Hearing this, the expressions of the 8 lords of the heavenly realms turned solemn. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, and the 8 golden lights landed in the hands of Feng Yi, Hong Lian, Primordial Chaos Taoist, Great Emperor Xin Yuan, Darkness Origin Over God, Netherworld Origin Over God, and Ruthless. The 8 of them did not hesitate to assimilate the incantation into their minds and comprehend the mysteries of the 8 scenic incantation. The vastness of the incantation shocked the 8 of them. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly as he looked at this scene. He was secretly satisfied. The 8 scenic incantation was a divine incantation separated from a myriad treasures, Gord's world scroll. Using this divine incantation to refine a heavenly realm could help Qin Feng share the heavy burden of refining a world. Of course, this was also beneficial to the 8 lords of the heavenly realms. However, although the 8 scenic incantation was called the 8 scenic incantation, it was actually the 9 scenic incantation. It was just that the immortal master who created this secret incantation thought that 9 was the limit and did not fit his great Tao, so he changed it to the 8 scenic immortal incantation. In fact, there was a 9th scenery, the central primordial chaos immortal incantation. With this divine incantation, one could create a central primordial chaos heavenly realm. However, Qin Feng planned to refine this scenery himself. As the 9th scenery, the central primordial chaos immortal incantation was the most important of the 8 scenic incantations. The central primordial chaos heavenly realm was the central world of the 8 scenic heavenly realm. On the throne, Qin Feng spoke again. Now, you can return. Of course, if anyone tries to stop you from using the 8 scenic incantation, you can inform the heavenly court at any time, and someone will eliminate your enemies. The eyes of the 8 lords of the heavenly realms flickered. Clearly, refining the 8 scenic incantation was no small matter to the divine Tao, sovereign on the throne. If anyone tried to stop him, they would not have a good ending. The 8 of them bowed slightly and left the Genesis shrine. Hong Lian and Feng Yi also headed to the eastern and southeastern heavenly realms respectively. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he began to prepare to refine the central heavenly realm with the divine incantation. Chapter 1891. Qin Feng was the only one left sitting on the throne in the creation shrine. This was the center of the spirit sea. On the divine throne, Qin Feng spat out ancient characters one after another. His 2 palms rapidly formed ancient and vigorous hand seals in front of him. They seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart, as if they were the beginning of the universe. Although the 8 scenery mantra was one of the 9 mantras separated from the universal Gord world scroll, it was actually a mantra that surpassed ordinary secondary eternal secret scriptures. It was extremely powerful. Qin Feng formed hand seals one after another to correct the divine incantation, removing the impurities and preserving the essence, removing the falsehood and preserving the truth. The ancient mantra turned into strange golden runes that came out of Qin Feng's mouth. Together with the handprints, they disappeared into the space around the twin world trees. When Qin Feng made his move, the 8 lords of heavenly realms sensed it. At the center of the twin world trees, a mighty force quietly separated a huge area that belonged to the center of the 8 heavenly realms. The separation was very strange. With the twin world trees as the center, large swaths of worlds were expelled from the central area and entered the 8 heavenly realms. This change was undoubtedly beneficial to the 8 heavenly realms. The more worlds there were, the more living beings there would be. Obviously, the more fate they would receive. But the 8 lords of heavenly realms didn't understand Qin Feng's intention. Qin Feng didn't expel all living beings. He left some spiritual roots and divine trees that were strong enough to withstand the impact of the primordial qi. Then, in the central creation shrine, Qin Feng made handprints one after another. Together with the ancient heavenly voice, golden runes burrowed into the depths of space and time like tadpoles. Primordial qi was born in the depths of space and time. Among the 3,000 connate primordial qi was above it. It was the most powerful primordial qi. This kind of primordial qi was very domineering. Many gods of creation had to face the opening and closing power of vital qi before they created the world. It could contain and assimilate all things. To some ancient gods, this vital energy was a great supplement. But to some weaker beings, even connate gods, living in the primordial chaos, it was easy for them to meld away and return to the primordial chaos. In the central region, one could see that as large amounts of primordial chaos origin energy were born, all the mountains, lands, rivers, and even the sky shattered like glass. Soon after, they were melted by the primordial chaos origin energy and transformed into new primordial chaos origin energy. However, not all living beings were unable to resist the terrifying corrosion. There were also living beings that grew stronger and stronger under the changes. They even possessed divine splendor. In the primordial chaos, one could occasionally see unusually tall divine trees. In particular, the two twin world trees in the center and the connate gourd spirit vines attached to them glowed even brighter. The leaves were like jade, tender and delicate. As they received the baptism of the primordial chaos, they appear to be even more robust and majestic. They possessed a sort of might that surpassed countless worlds. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the three important spirit roots. In fact, these three spirit roots were of the utmost importance if one wanted to cultivate the central primordial chaos realm. The eight-view sky realm wasn't just 8 heavenly realms. It also possessed great destructive power. Under the baptism of the mantra, the primordial chaos would have the incredible power to refine the sacred ancestor in the future. Qin Feng looked at the twin world trees in the center. The two world trees were the main reason he'd chosen the myriad gourd world scroll. To refine the central primordial chaos realm, the myriad treasures gourd world scroll needed 2 spirit roots as divine items to suppress the central heavenly realm. One of them was a chaos attribute treasure, while the other was a primordial treasure. Among the twin world trees, the chaos attribute world tree was the top chaos attribute spirit root. The dream world tree wasn't of the primordial attribute, but it could be transformed into the top primordial world tree. Sitting cross-legged in the Genesis sanctum, Qin Feng mobilized the eternal saint power in his body and transformed it into an eternal heavenly melody. Countless golden runes circled around the twin world trees, turning into golden flames as they began to refine the twin world trees. While Qin Feng was refining the central primordial chaos realm, the other 8 lords of the heavenly realms were also gradually accepting the 8 heavenly realms. After familiarizing themselves with the many worlds under the 8 heavenly realms, they still began to use the mantra to refine the worlds with the help of the lords of the divine realms and spirit realms who were gradually returning to their positions. As a result, a vast and mighty phenomenon gradually emerged in the 8 heavenly realms. In the eastern Vasi realm, waves surged into the sky like a great river winding through the heavenly realm. The incomparably huge river formed by countless worlds was extremely terrifying. Vaguely, there was a trace of blood-red light in the river, and a beautiful goddess stood on the river. Immeasurable ripples deepened, and she was incomparably mysterious and powerful. In the west, the Western Mountain Range realm was greater than the Kunyue heavenly realm. Countless mountains of heaven and earth appeared in the void, and divine mountains suppressed the world. In the south, the southern moon radiant heavenly realm was where the sun and moon intersected and yin and yang coexisted, creating mountains and rivers. In the north, the northern Zhonghua heavenly realm was beautiful, and beautiful mountains and rivers appeared like brocade above the clouds, guarded by countless gods. A series of terrifying abnormal phenomena shook billions of worlds, and countless living beings could sense these terrifying changes. Some powerful beings felt the changes in the void and tried to stir up trouble, but none of them were killed by the combined efforts of the over-gods of the spirit realm. There were also powerful eternal god emperors who felt a sense of unease. As the heavenly realms were being refined, the Spirit Sea heavenly court's control over the worlds was increasing step by step. The 8 heavenly realms, especially, displayed a terrifying killing power as they were refined. Any overgod who fell into it could be killed by the lords of the 8 heavenly realms without being able to resist. This change was unprecedented. Because of this, some eternal god emperors who wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the Spirit Sea realm left the Spirit Sea realm in advance. However, some eternal god emperors felt the future potential of the Spirit Sea heavenly court and joined the 8 heavenly realms, becoming the lords of a divine region. There were powerful experts who had fallen in the process, but there were also those who had profited from it. As the 8 directions' heavenly realms were refined, many hidden treasures in the countless worlds were exposed. Some of the more valuable treasures were collected by the heavenly court, but some fell into the mortal realm and were obtained by some living beings, creating many geniuses with great potential. 10 years passed quickly. In the creation shrine, Qin Feng woke up from his immersion in refining the twin world trees. At this moment, the central chaotic primordial heavenly realm was beginning to take shape. Chapter 1892. In the center, the twin world trees had shrunk by 1% compared to 10 years ago. The branch flickered with a special spiritual light. They had shrunk in size, but they looked more nimble. One of the world tree's branches suddenly brushed past. Rumble. A large patch of primordial chaos was cut open. Its power was terrifying. Above the divine hall, Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. The foundation of the Spirit Sea world is much stronger than I imagined. According to my plan, I might not be able to refine 1/10 of the central chaotic primordial heaven realm in 10 years, but I should be able to refine about 1/20th of it. Who would have thought that it wouldn't even be 1% complete? The Tree of World and Dreams has just acquired a trace of the characteristics of the primordial tree. It's still far from being a complete primordial tree. Even so, Qin Feng was quite satisfied in his heart. The stronger the Spirit Sea, the greater its potential. He stood up and looked at the newly born central chaos primordial heaven realm in front of the temple. Boundless primordial chaos, primordial energy, surged in the central primordial chaos heavenly realm. It destroyed everything, but just as it was about to rush into the surroundings of the Spirit Sea world, at the edges of the 8 heavenly realms, mystic lights were released, blocking the primordial chaos Yuan Qi. The central chaotic primordial heaven realm was already at the initial stage. I'm afraid I'll need another 1,000 years to truly cultivate this primordial chaos heavenly realm. But before that, I'll have to make a trip to the inner world of the mutated world. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The mutated worlds were rich in resources, and the inner world in particular was a treasure trove that had yet to be explored. If Qin Feng could secretly read its origin and inject it into the Spirit Sea world, he would become a one-tribulation god lord in the shortest amount of time possible. If he could completely devour it with his foundation, he might be able to overcome several great tribulations in one go. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and countless space-time coordinates appeared in his Spirit Sea world. The space-time coordinates that belonged to the mutated world instantly appeared in his mind. Rumble. The eternal saint energy surged and locked onto this familiar dimensional coordinate. Visible to the naked eye, a space-time tunnel appeared in the primordial chaos heaven realm. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he got up and stepped into it. In the mutated world, the myriad gods' celestial realm, a space-time gate appeared and a figure walked out of it. Qin Feng glanced at the myriad gods' celestial domain and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the ancient void cave. When Qin Feng appeared at the edge of the ancient void cave, his expression changed slightly. Around the ancient void cave, streaks of colorful light flew from the 4 superheavens towards the ancient void cave. Many of them had powerful auras. Even the weakest of them was a supreme god. There was no lack of first-level eternal god emperors and second-level eternal heaven monarchs. The ancient void cave is open. Qin Feng frowned. The lords of the other 3 super domains hadn't informed him of the opening of the ancient void cave. This was probably not a good sign for Qin Feng. Actually, Qin Feng had wronged the other 3 super domain lords. In fact, after he replaced the Gantian demon lord, the 3 super domain lords had sent people to the myriad god's celestial domain. It was just that he hadn't received any news when he returned to the Spirit Sea world. Qin Feng's expression didn't look too good. The opening of the ancient void cave meant that the inner world was vast and boundless, but there would be many more variables. With a cold gaze, Qin Feng turned into a streak of purple light and passed through the ancient void cave. Through the connection between the 9 spirit pearl in his body and the mountain sea number 1 gathering place, he passed through the maze of space. At the riverside, Qin Feng's figure slowly descended towards the mountain sea number 1 gathering place. In the distance, a huge continuous cloud of spiritual energy was in the depths of the dark void. The mountain sea number 1 gathering place was already in sight. Qin Feng glanced at the mountain sea number 1 gathering place. At this moment, the mountain sea number 1 gathering place didn't change much from 10 years ago. Qin Feng glanced at it and felt slightly relieved. Qin Feng once again returned to the mountain sea number 1 gathering place. He didn't plan to stay for long. In the depths of the inner world of this mutated world, there were many divine ancestors. At present, he was only planning to guard the mountain sea number 1 gathering place and wait until he mastered the technique. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. In the mountain sea number 1 gathering place, he had broken through to the eternal divine ancestor realm. This filled him with anticipation towards the depths of the inner world. Rumble. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head. It was as if in the next second, the heavens and earth shook. In the depths of the inner world, in a huge cloud of spiritual energy, a surge of auspicious energy broke through the inner world and shook billions of worlds. Surrounded by divine light, a kind of black and white Taiji diagram appeared faintly and swept across the heavens. Countless ancient creatures paled under this pressure. The black and white Taiji diagram quickly broke through the seal of countless laws of heaven and earth in the depths of time and space, shattering the firmament and breaking countless laws of heaven and earth. A new black and white light flashed and pierced through the boundless chaos. Someone in the inner world has broken through to the eternal divine ancestor realm. Qin Feng's face darkened, and a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Every new eternal divine ancestor in the inner world was a formidable opponent in the competition for resources. Thus, countless strange phenomena appeared in the mutated world and countless worlds that had karmic ties with this new law of heaven and earth. The law of grand purity. Soon, in the countless dimensions around the mutated world, some powerful ancient creatures, including Qin Feng, understood the name of this new law of heaven and earth. Grand purity has broken through? Qin Feng was taken aback. As he mulled over the name, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. Grand Purity was the eldest senior brother of Taoist Hongjuan's several disciples in this dimension. There was no doubt about his talent. He had reached the second stage of eternity much earlier than Qin Feng, the peak of the eternal heavenly lord realm. He was an extremely ancient eternal heavenly lord. It seems this senior brother didn't want to fall behind others. He's a lucky man to have broken through before the great tribulation of the chaos epoch. He mused inwardly. Soon, the enormous phenomenon in the void receded, and the black and white Taiji diagram vanished. When the enormous pressure that reigned supreme over countless ancient creatures vanished, many of them heaved sighs of relief, but at the same time, their hearts sank. Troubled times. In one enormous primal chaos world after another, ancient sacred patriarchs stared grimly at the seething primal chaos sea that was billions upon billions of kilometers away. Every time the chaos epoch changed, the number of experts would explode like a geyser. This was the world's self-preservation instinct. Many great epics appeared as the world revolved. Great masters were born in each epoch to protect the world from calamities. However, the appearance of each new eternal divine ancestor wasn't good news for many ancient eternal divine ancestors. Many ancient creatures who'd survived the last chaos epic knew that great fortunes would come after the great tribulation of the chaos epic. Every time a new eternal divine ancestor appeared, there would be another competitor for the spoils. Chapter 1893. Above the void, Qin Feng gazed at the depths of the inner world where the vision had rushed out. Qin Feng's eyes twinkled. Looks like I'll have to speed up my comprehension of the universal gourd world scroll. This thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He was well aware that although he'd broken through to the eternal forefather realm, he wasn't considered one of the strongest among the ancient forefathers who'd survived the last chaos era. The eternal sacred ancestors were immortal, but that didn't mean they couldn't be completely sealed by their enemies. His figure shuttled through space as if he were walking through time. The journey that would have taken him several days was completed in an instant. On the highest peak of the Mountain C1 colony, Sky Pillar Mountain, in the middle of a huge palace, there was a dazzling golden hall with pillars standing tall. Qin Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the golden throne. Qin Feng sat on the golden throne and sent his divine consciousness to the foot of Sky Pillar Mountain. Soon, figures with majestic auras appeared in his divine consciousness. According to the agreement of 10 years ago, many clan leaders and gods had already arrived at the foot of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, waiting for an audience. However, they didn't dare to enter without Qin Feng's order. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded from the colonel. At the foot of the call, in the many jade palaces, the clan leaders who were waiting for an audience heard the same voice in their minds. The gods and emperors of the various clans were shocked. They immediately set off for Sky Pillar Mountain, accompanied by the desolate gods of the various clans. To Qin Feng, this meeting was just a show of his attitude. However, to the clan leaders, it was a matter of life and death for their clans. Half a month later, at the peak of Sky Pillar Mountain, Qin Feng appeared on the peak of the mountain as he glanced over. Streaks of light gradually disappeared into the distance. During the half-month meeting at Sky Pillar Mountain, other than confirming the unshakable authority of Sky Pillar Mountain, the various clans' territories and interests had also been redistributed. It took him half a month to finish all the miscellaneous tasks. Half a month is a short time, but that's all we can do for now. After all, the eternal sacred ancestor isn't strong enough to completely destroy the space-time gate and set up a space-time gate between the Spirit Sea and Mountain C1. He thought to himself as he looked down at the sea of clouds. There are plenty of resources here, but there are also quite a few powerful experts. As far as I'm concerned, the most important thing is to improve my own strength. Once I master the secret magic, then I'll have time to explore the various settlements in the mountains and seas. Qin Feng's gaze was somewhat calm. The Spirit Sea world walked the path of the world flow. For the newly refined Spirit Sea world, this world might be the best resource for upgrading. Qin Feng estimated that if he wanted to accumulate the capital to transcend several tribulations in a row, the resources here would probably take up a lot of weight. Following the departure of the various clan leaders, the cloud of fortune above the mountain C1 became even more stable. The natural fortune had been flowing into Qin Feng's eternal fate from all clans and families that had submitted to him, which was like a golden sun. It increased the eternal saint power in his body bit by bit. However, this improvement didn't bring Qin Feng the slightest bit of joy. Although the eternal sacred ancestor was still separated from the eternal true saint realm by the 9 perfect tribulations, in reality, he was only half a step away. In the boundless dimensions, there were many eternal sacred ancestors who had comprehended the 9 perfect tribulations in a single step, forged the heart of a true saint, and became an eternal true saint in a single step. This was the ultimate reason why Qin Feng had divided the spirit sea world into various domains and shared its fortune with the gods of the heavenly court. When he thought of the spirit sea world and the world he was refining, Qin Feng felt the urge to return. Eyes flashing, Qin Feng looked down at his feet and disappeared from the cliff in a flash. Even if his heart was set on returning home, Qin Feng still remembered that within this mountain sea one gathering place, there was still a benefit that he had yet to obtain. Other than the 10-year promise he had made with the various clan leaders, Qin Feng's main purpose in coming to the mountain C1 this time was to obtain that benefit. In the depths of the mountain C1, Qin Feng chased after a strange feeling. He channeled his eternal saint power and opened a path to the depths of the origin of the mountain C1. His figure passed through the gate of time and flew toward the depths of the origin of the mountain C1. The denser the origin energy was, the greater the pressure in the depths of the mountain C1. There had always been a legend in the Shanghai No. 1 gathering place. The 9 Grand Soul's pearls were the keys to a treasure trove in the mountain C1. Any god who gathered the 9 Grand Soul's pearls and opened a treasure trove would be able to acquire an unimaginable fortune. Every time the 9 great spirit pearls were opened, they would be reborn. However, very few people knew this secret. Only in one of the timelines of time and space, in a certain era in the future, this secret was finally revealed. The girl in green, Luo Chong, was one of the few who knew. However, this person who had been reborn ran to Qin Feng and had her memories stolen by Qin Feng. Thus, Qin Feng was one of the few who knew. In the depths of the mountain C1 was a sea of turbid earth chi. Other than the turbid earth chi, it was also enveloped by the precepts of heaven and earth of the inner world. As long as ordinary clan gods came to the depths of the mountain C1, they would be automatically repelled by the precepts of heaven and earth of the inner world, or they would be confused by the power of the inner world, unable to find their way forward. The turbid earth chi was a sea of turbid earth chi. The thick turbid earth chi formed a vast, endless sea of turbid earth chi. It covered the sky and the earth. Only when flying here could one realize how vast the depths of the mountain C1 was. Of course, such a rich earth origin energy was no doubt a treasure trove for any cultivation world. However, this treasure trove was not easy to excavate. Anyone who wanted to extract the earth origin energy here would have to go through a trial. That was the will of heaven and earth of the inner world. Qin Feng flew in it. The eternal saint energy around him easily parted the turbid earth chi's obstructive power. With a lift of his hand, the turbid earth chi and miasma of heaven and earth were shattered by the saint energy. The eternal saint energy formed by the 9 great spirit pearls in his body was vaguely connected to a certain place in the depths of the mountain C1's origin energy, so he would not get lost. Vaguely, an extremely mysterious place, like an island, had appeared in the depths of the earthen yellow origin sea. The 9-colored light was already faintly visible. Chapter 1894. The mist in front of the 9-colored island was parted, but a moment later, an incredible power emerged from the 9-colored island. It was like a tide. Qin Feng's expression changed in the ocean of earthy, yellow turbid gas. The eternal saint power in his body surged, forming millions of invisible shields around his body. Bang, bang, bang. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the billions of invisible shields instantly shattered. Bang! In an instant, Qin Feng felt as if his chest had been pierced through. His body was carried by the 9-colored light and was blasted out of the turbid chi ocean of the earth. A space-time hole opened on Heavenly Pillar Mountain. Bang! An arrow of blood shot out of the space-time hole, turning into a bloody mist that covered the entire mountain. The bloody mist rolled, and a magnificent power shook the heavens. A moment later, the bloody mist disappeared in a flash, and a black-robed youth with a cold and gloomy face was revealed. A majestic power that surpassed the boundaries of heaven and earth surged around him, suppressing the space-time. There's actually such a powerful protective force. Under this force, I can't even get within 10,000 feet of the treasury. Qin Feng looked at the origin space of the mountain C1 gathering place, and there was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Qin Feng could clearly feel that the enormous power was far superior to that of the Eternal Saints. He had only set off passively this time. If he had set off on his own initiative, he would have suffered unimaginable damage. It seems that I've been misled by Luo Chang and underestimated the secret behind the Nine Spirits Pearl. Qin Feng's face darkened. Qin Feng did not believe that the green-robed girl Luo Chang would lie to him. Clearly, the green-robed girl had limited access to information before her rebirth, and the information she received was probably just rumors. Much of the information had been distorted. However, I can only put this treasury aside for now. I can only test it again after my cultivation has improved. Qin Feng sighed softly. At this moment, an obscure vibration suddenly appeared in the void. Qin Feng frowned and looked at the origin space of the mountain C1. In the depths of a nine-colored island where the origin space was, 9 ripples of different colors were quietly vibrating. Noiselessly, in the mountain C1 gathering place, in the 9 strange places, another 9 strange auras appeared. Qin Feng's expression was slightly dazed as he sensed the 9 peculiar auras. It was the 9 Spirits Pearl. The 9-colored island was nurturing a new 9 Spirits Pearl. Faintly sensing the aura that flashed across his heart, Qin Feng knew in his heart that in less than 10,000 years, the new 9 Spirit Pearl would reappear in the mountain scene number 1 gathering place. What a mysterious treasure trove. It actually has such an inconceivable power. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strong splendor at this moment. He hadn't forgotten that it was thanks to the 9 Spirits Pearl that he'd been able to surpass the other ancient eternal heavenly lords and step into the eternal sacred ancestor realm. This 9 Spirits Pearl could actually be reborn. Qin Feng was very clear about what this meant. It seems that I'll have to send someone to oversee this place when I return. Qin Feng muttered in his heart. On the pillar of heaven's mountains, his silhouette flickered as a beam of violet light soared into the sky. In an instant, it flew out of his body and appeared beside him. It was a high and mighty divine emperor who ruled over all gods. His appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feng's. He was the last of the 3 corpses that Qin Feng had slain, the self-controlling corpse. He was also an incarnation born from the laws of the divine Tao. Taoist Ling Hai had slain with the 21st rank Lotus of Fate. Taoist Kong Kong had slain with the Universe Tome. The two carried the most primitive thoughts that Qin Feng had slain, the good corpse and the evil corpse. Later, as Qin Feng's cultivation improved, so did the good corpse and evil corpse. The 21st rank Lotus of Fate became the 36th rank Lotus of Fate, and the pages of the Universe Tome improved. When Qin Feng left the mutated world, the 2 incarnations played an extremely important role in stabilizing the rear of the Spirit Sea world. This was the 3rd incarnation, the divine Emperor Taoist who had slain the self-controlling corpse. I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, I'll take charge. I'll just focus on cultivating the Universe Tome of the Myriad Gourd. The divine Emperor Taoist body was full of Emperor's majesty, and his every movement carried a strong Emperor's domineering aura. Qin Feng nodded and pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly spoke. 3,000 years later, I'll send someone into the Mountain C1 colony. Protect her for me. The divine Emperor Taoist laughed. This sovereign knows what you're thinking. This sovereign will protect her well. Very well. Before Qin Feng left, he glanced at the origin space where the Mountain C1 colony was located, then turned into a beam of purple light and shot into the sky. Watching Qin Feng leave, the divine Emperor Taoist flashed and turned into a beam of light that disappeared into the pillar of heaven's mountains. As one of the 3 corpse incarnations, the divine Emperor Taoist cultivation was only at the 1st level of the eternal Emperor realm. But when he opened his saint domain and the saint power of the 9 great spiritual pearls shrouded the Mountain Sea 1 colony, he was almost invincible, unless he encountered another eternal divine ancestor. But the Mountain Sea 1 colony already had Qin Feng's saint power brand. If other eternal divine ancestors wanted to invade, they would have to think twice. Surface world, ancient void cave. A beam of light flashed and flew out of the ancient void cave. Glancing in the direction of the myriad gods' celestial domain, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Qin Feng had no intention of returning to the myriad gods' celestial domain. Qin Feng was eager to return home. The refinement of the universe tome of the myriad gods world had captured all of his attention. Nothing excited him more than becoming stronger. He spread his eternal saint power and remotely sensed his origin world. The spirit sea world's aura appeared in his immense consciousness. A space-time gate appeared, and Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared. The space-time gate dissipated. However, at the moment when the space-time gate dissipated, a huge, invisible divine thought came from the void above like a torrent. The huge divine thought scanned the surroundings of the ancient void cave. Vaguely, a majestic figure appeared near where the space-time gate had disappeared. The Thunder Emperor's sacred ancestor. The Pangus Saint Emperor looked at the place where Qin Feng had disappeared, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The last time he'd sent his divine guards to visit the myriad gods' celestial domain, the Thunder Emperor's sacred ancestor was nowhere to be found. This time, he'd finally sensed the sacred ancestor's aura, but he'd disappeared again. Forget it. I still have tens of thousands of years to prepare for that matter. I hope it's not too late. The Pangu Saint Emperor sighed inwardly as he looked at the place where Qin Feng had disappeared. The Thunder Emperor's sacred ancestor wielded the power of the eternal true thunder. Among the eternal divine ancestors, he was far superior to any other newly ascended sacred ancestor. The Pangu Saint Emperor's plan required the participation of a sacred ancestor who wielded the destructive power of the eternal secret codex. Only then would they have a chance of success. Chapter 1895. 3,000 years later. The world of the Spirit Sea. A figure sat cross-legged on the twin world trees in the center. The primordial chaos around him was like an enormous liquid ocean that filled the boundless world. A part of the soil beneath the twin world trees in the center was like an island in the middle of the primordial chaos. The twin world trees had changed tremendously since 3,000 years ago. The originally huge divine tree had already shrunk too much. They'd shrunk from billions of feet tall to tens of thousands of feet tall. Although they weren't as tall as before, the two world trees looked even more mysterious. One of them shone with golden light all year round. It seemed to be able to transform all life energy into primordial chaos. The other flashed with boundless purple light. It seemed to be able to easily break through the worlds and create primordial chaos. Vaguely, the primordial chaos rippled with a terrifying power. Countless primordial chaos elements, water, wind, and fire that could kill a paramount god were born when they clashed. The primordial chaos was so turbulent that even Eternal's sacred ancestors would be shocked. The 8 sceneries world was beginning to take shape in the 8 corners of the central primordial chaos. 8 unique and majestic forces were born in the countless divine and spirit domains, turning into streams that flowed into the primordial chaos. Under the twin world tree's power, they circulated, refined, and transformed into pure primordial energy that nourished the 8 sceneries world. A cycle was beginning to take shape. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on one of the world tree's branches. Primordial chaos energy emerged from his body. His expression was sacred and dignified. His chest rose and fell slightly. As his breathing rose and fell, the primordial chaos seemed to resonate with him. A brilliant force was born. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the primordial chaos, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with joy. The eight sceneries world is beginning to take shape. The central primordial chaos realm is beginning to show results. The universe gourd world scroll is beginning to bear fruit. However, for the central primordial chaos realm to be Deshang, the central primordial chaos and primordial chaos twin world trees must be refined to a height of no more than 90 feet. Qin Feng thought to himself as he faintly sensed the power resonating with the central primordial chaos sea. If I had just made a breakthrough, I might have been able to defeat a new divine ancestor, but I definitely wouldn't have been able to suppress him. However, now that I've attained initial success in the central Hong Ming heavenly realm, I definitely have the power to suppress him. The increase in strength made Qin Feng smile even more. Rumble. All of a sudden, in the southern lunar sun radiance realm, countless worlds trembled. Accompanied by the furious cry of a golden crow, surging sunlight enveloped several worlds. Bang, bang, bang. There were huge tremors one after another. Qin Feng seemed to see many worlds exploding. One after another, big eyes squeezed out from the worlds. It was indeed a big man. Each of them was surrounded by a dense God domain force field, and they were tens of thousands of feet tall. None of them were weak. Even the weakest of them was at the over-God level. As for the stronger ones, some of the big guys born in the massive worlds had already surpassed the second step of the over-God level and become over-gods. These big guys were extremely savage. As soon as they appeared, they killed all the natives of the world in one go, turning them into Yuan Qi and devouring them. At the same time, they controlled all kinds of strange power and charged toward the center of the southern lunar sun radiance realm, where 80 space was. Most of the natives of the southern lunar sun radiance realm were beast gods. Many beast gods transformed into their true forms to fight, but there were too many of them. One after another, over 100 of them appeared, and among them, over a dozen were overgods. What the hell are you guys? In the southern lunar sun radiance realm, countless sun fire trembled in anger as it circulated the power of the southern lunar sun radiance realm, refining the weaker big guys to death. 80 looked at the hundreds of large worlds that had been destroyed and was furious. This seems to be a powerful chaos creature. Qin Feng looked at the southern lunar sun radiance realm with a gloomy expression. It's actually someone from the ancient god race. It seems that a powerful ancient god has set his eyes on your world. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice sounded in the Genesis shrine. A pink light flashed, and a beautiful figure appeared in the Genesis shrine. She glanced at the primordial sea in the center, and her expression flickered. The ancient god race. Qin Feng's face darkened as he muttered these words. The ancient god race was one of the 10 most powerful races in the primordial chaos. They were a paramount race. As long as they had a world as a breeding ground, they could easily become second-step sovereigns. Those with outstanding talent could easily become overgods. They ate worlds as food. They were an extremely terrifying chaos creature. On the other side, the darkness essence overgod, 80, had already erupted with power. The power of the southern lunar sun radiance realm was pushed to its peak. Screech! A heaven-shaking crow cry rang out, and an enormous dark golden crow appeared above the countless divine realms. Roiling flames gathered on its body, and a sun appeared in the sky, followed by a silver moon. Suns, moons, and stars appeared, and in the next moment, one terrifying ancient god after another was swallowed into its belly. The remaining ancient gods that were born were burned to ashes by the terrifying divine flames. A moment later, 80 transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the southern lunar sun radiance realm. As the world lord of the spirit sea, Qin Feng could clearly sense that the southern lunar sun radiance realm's power was gathering, suppressing the many supreme ancient gods in the center. With the help of the power of the 8 heavenly realms, they were all converted into pure Yuan Qi. This was considered a victory. Be it the gods of the spirit sea world or Qin Feng, they all knew this very well. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed. His loyal subordinates couldn't beat those newly hatched ancient gods. Wasn't this a bit of a slap in the face? You have to be careful. The ancient god race is known as the Chaos Bandits. To the world, they're like locusts. Not only will they eat the world, but they will also place newborn ancient gods in it as breeding grounds. The pink-clothed witch's face was indifferent, but anyone could feel the gloating in her tone. Bandits? Qin Feng glanced at the chuckling pink-clothed witch. When it came to bandits, Qin Feng was an outstanding expert in robbing, the ancestor of bandits. But when did these ancient gods come to the spirit sea world? And how did they plant so many ancient god eggs in the southern lunar sun radiance realm? Rumble. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers rang out, shaking the billions of worlds. Without waiting for Qin Feng to think, he looked around and saw that the eighth scenery realm was shaking, as if some terrifying existence was about to break out of its shell. Chapter 1896. At a glance, there were 8 heavenly realms. Eastern Hanhai, Tsangming Heavenly Realm, Western Wanxing Kun Yu Heavenly Realm, North Zhonghua Shanxiu Heavenly Realm, South Yang Radiant Heavenly Realm, Southeast Alcade Fantasy Heavenly Realm, Southwest Water Mist Haze Heavenly Realm, Northwest Cloud Rainbow Abyss Heavenly Realm, and Northeast Fallen Galaxy Heavenly Realm. Other than the central chaotic primordial sea, there were signs of the ancient god clan appearing in almost all of the 8 heavenly realms. I didn't expect that the spirit sea world would be infiltrated by the ancient god clan in just 3,000 years of seclusion. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and felt his teeth ache. Soon after, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Not only was he not angry, but he also sneered. The pink-robed girl saw Qin Feng smile. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she shook her head in her heart. The ancient god clan had found a wrong place. If the world master of the spirit sea world hadn't started to cultivate that strange secret skill 3,000 years ago, the ancient god clan might have had a chance. But now, he's walking right into the trap. No, he should be given more food. The pink-clothed girl corrected her inappropriate choice of words and observed a moment of silence for the ancient god clan. Just as the girl in pink expected, the 8 heavenly realm masters, Red Lotus of the Eastern Heavenly Realm, Feng Yi of the Southeastern Heavenly Realm, Hongming Taoist of the Northeast Heavenly Realm, Dao Yi of the Netherworld Origin, Little 8 of the Southern Heavenly Realm, East Wilderness Emperor of the Southwest Heavenly Realm, Emperor Xianyuan of the Northwest Heavenly Realm, and Sky-Devouring Paramount God of the West Heavenly Realm seem to have been prepared and attacked almost at the same time. With the power of the 8 sceneries' divine curse, the ancient god egg of the master of the god realm was instantly refined by the 8 ultimate powers before it could appear and devour the master of the realm of spirits and the master of the realm of spirits. The ancient god egg returned to its origin and turned into vitality to nourish the 8 scenery world. Of course, this didn't escape the notice of some top supreme gods. Many supreme gods realized that the worlds that had refined the ancient god egg seemed to have gained a lot of benefits, and the providence of heaven and earth became stronger. There were a few unlucky master gods who had ancient god eggs born in their divine kingdoms. However, after the ancient god eggs were refined, their strength would indeed increase tremendously. Their accumulation of power would increase tremendously, almost reaching the pinnacle of their realm. There were even some who had obtained a portion of the ancient god's legacy directly. Naturally, they had elevated from first-step lords to second-step lords. This discovery caused the eyes of many sovereigns to light up. Although those terrifying ancient gods were frightening, they seemed to be a great supplement for them. Next, almost without the 8 masters of heavenly realms needing to instruct them, a group of over-gods whose minds had been hooked pounced on some of the worlds that showed signs of the birth of an ancient god with glowing eyes. The sovereigns were like ravenous wolves. Unfortunately, almost none of the sovereigns were able to gain anything. Firstly, The master gods did not understand the details of the birth of powerful and terrifying chaos creatures like the ancient gods. They were unable to grasp the timing. Secondly, the 8 lords of heavenly realms had taken action. There were even a few master gods who were killed by the ancient gods that were rapidly breaking out of their shells. Ancient gods had a tremendous advantage over sovereigns of the same level. Among them, Qin Feng discovered that chaos creatures like the ancient gods were practically the natural nemesis of divine Tao cultivators. Most divine Tao techniques were practically ineffective in the face of the ancient gods. Beings like the ancient gods seemed to be the natural nemesis of sovereigns. To think that there are beings that are the natural nemesis of divine Tao cultivators. I hope this is just a coincidence. Looking at the heavenly realms in the distance, Qin Feng's mood was rather gloomy. What a bunch of good people. With this vitality, you'll probably be able to refine your worlds even further. The pink-robed, which did not notice Qin Feng's hidden concern. However, seeing that Qin Feng was silent, her eyes flashed, and she immediately felt bored. In a flash, she returned to the god territory that she had mastered. Now, she was also the master of a god territory in the spirit sea world. Her position was high and powerful. Men, pass on my orders. Qin Feng abruptly raised his head and spoke in a dignified manner. Your Majesty, outside the creation temple, 2 mighty golden-armored divine generals immediately walked into the main hall. My orders: select a portion of the elites from the 8 divisions of the heavenly court and form a new division dedicated to researching the ancient gods and the future path of divine Tao. I demand that within 5,000 years, a portion of the corresponding secret method to decipher the ancient god's path must be produced. The 2 golden-armored divine generals looked at each other and immediately entered the 8 divisions of the heavenly court to announce the decree. Not long after, the entire heavenly court's massive divine Tao violent mechanism was activated. Not only that, while mobilizing the entire heavenly court, Qin Feng also began to deduce the origins of the ancient gods. He created many clones and flew out of the spirit sea world to investigate. At this point, Qin Feng also discovered some problems. In these years when he returned to the spirit sea world, he seemed to have neglected some of the problems at hand. He was focused on managing the spirit sea world, but he did not have much information about the whirling sea. This was an incomparably huge flaw for any major force. Qin Feng had another idea. He wanted to find the lair of these ancient gods. A small group of ancient gods can make the 8 scenic world a small step forward. If I capture a large group of ancient gods, won't the 8 scenic world is Shang? This thought filled Qin Feng's heart with eagerness to find out the origins of the ancient gods. Your Majesty, I heard that you want to form a division of celestial gods to research a secret method to decipher the ancient gods' divine arts. I wonder if I can become the leader of this division. At this moment, a fragrant wind suddenly passed through the heavenly realm gate and directly entered the creation temple. Ew! Qin Feng looked at the beautiful divine consort who suddenly appeared in the creation temple. Her beauty was undeniable. She was like a saintess of heaven and earth. Her temperament was incomparably divine. She was tall and slender, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. She gave off a feeling that there was nothing she did not know. The divine consort of light, Shirhan. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful divine consort. The divine consort of light, Shirhan. 3,000 years ago, she had helped lead the heavenly court's plan of demarcation. Although Madame Ziji was in charge, she had already established a reputation in the heavenly court. She had enough experience. Qin Feng looked at the divine consort. If he remembered correctly, this divine consort seemed to have also cultivated the law of wisdom, deducing the Tao of the ancient gods, deciphering the Tao of the ancient gods, and refining the secret methods of the divine Tao. This was undoubtedly a huge opportunity for this divine consort, an opportunity to perfect the law of wisdom. Shirhan's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng. Ever since she first learned that Qin Feng intended to form a division of celestial gods, Shirhan had immediately gone to find him. Shirhan had never been very interested in territories, orthodoxies, and treasures. Every time Qin Feng returned, the divine consorts would fight openly and covertly for his favor. However, she was the only one who did not fight. Instead, she would hide as far away as she could. Even when Qin Feng came to the temporary imperial residence, he would use the excuse of seclusion as an excuse. Otherwise, he would drag Shirtong along to serve him. But this time, her future was at stake. She had no choice but to fight. Chapter 1897. Coincidentally, when the divine concubine of light arrived at the Genesis godly palace, several other divine lights arrived at the Genesis godly palace through the power of the heavenly court. However, when they saw the divine concubine of light, Shirhan, walk out of the palace and disappear from the Genesis godly palace, they looked helpless. It seemed that Shirhan was one step ahead of them. I didn't expect that she would lower herself to go to the Genesis godly palace to beg him. A faint voice sounded outside the palace. Looking at the gentle, generous, and alluring woman who spoke, another figure sneered. "You're wrong about her if she doesn't fight for it. She's just hiding from His Majesty. Now that she's watching us advance and divide the chi of heaven and earth of the spirit sea world, she has to change. We can all see her sister's improvement. If it weren't for His Majesty's favor, Shirtong wouldn't have been able to survive so many life and death situations in such a short time, and even surpass Shirhan." At the mention of Shirtong, a hint of coldness appeared on her face. "Sister Silvermoon, you're not bad either. His Majesty dotes on you a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have caught up with the Phoenix concubine so quickly." At this moment, another divine concubine in a plain white dress walked out of the side palace and looked at the Queen of Silvermoon, who looked like a divine concubine of Tyne. The Queen of Silvermoon glanced at divine concubine Tai Su and said lightly, "Dotes on me? If he really dotes on me, he wouldn't have given the position of divine concubine to ZG. Forget it." Her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the creation shrine. Seeing this, the remaining divine concubines looked a little strange. Everyone knew that the Queen of Silvermoon had given birth to two divine concubines and had always regarded the position of divine concubine as hers. Lady ZG's ascension to the position of divine concubine had greatly affected her interests. If the spirit sea world hadn't swallowed countless worlds and grown to its current size, Lady ZG would have had a conflict of Tao with this divine concubine. "All right, since His Majesty has made up his mind, let's go back." Divine concubine Siren glanced at divine concubine Tai Su and disappeared from the Genesis godly palace in a flash. Within the Genesis divine palace, Qin Feng opened his eyes and watched as the divine concubines left one after another. A trace of helplessness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Sometimes it was not a good thing to have too many concubines in the rear court. Although under his suppression, they did not fight to the death, but each of them had their own cliques. Shaking his head, Qin Feng suppressed his thoughts. Right now, the most important thing was to refine the spirit sea world. In the following days, Qin Feng's true body sat in the primordial chaos sea, channeling the eternal saint force to refine the twin world trees. At the same time, he sent out clones to scout out the various regions of the primal chaos. At the same time, he also did some shady business. The first phase of the Divine Tao project was to establish the Myriad Worlds Divine Tao system. Qin Feng would find an opportunity to stuff a dozen or so Myriad Worlds Divine Tao systems into large worlds that were of a decent scale. Firstly, it was to absorb and nurture future elites of the Divine Tao. The second was to explore the correct path of the Divine Path. The third was to plunder resources and establish a practical foundation for the Spirit Sea world. Of course, there were also many other sinister uses. For example, becoming a Divine Tao spy. Not only in the primal chaos regions, but in other dimensions, Qin Feng also selectively threw in waves of Myriad Worlds Divine Tao systems as experiments. In the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court, Qin Feng specially set up a new organization to connect these divine Tao beneficiaries scattered across the various regions of the primal chaos regions and dimensions. 1,000 years later, the Spirit Sea world began to receive many communications from the various worlds of the myriad worlds one after another. This was due to the legacy left behind by the myriad world slaughter system before the fall of the colored glaze Holy Lord. The myriad worlds' divine Tao systems were rapidly established. The establishment of the myriad worlds' divine Tao systems had a great effect on the refinement of the Spirit Sea world. The Spirit Sea Heavenly Court did not capture the information of many civilization systems, and each of these unique worlds became the best proof of the refinement of the Spirit Sea world and the path of the world. For thousands of years, Qin Feng was immersed in this kind of enlightenment. Occasionally, when he did not understand something, he would go to the Immortal Net Library of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace to look for information. Qin Feng did not intend to cultivate according to the Universal Gourd World Treasure Scroll step by step. Instead, he corrected and integrated the characteristics of the divine Tao to establish his own divine Tao nomological world. He also used this discovery to feed the myriad world's divine Tao systems, and made deductions and upgrades time and time again. Thanks to the accumulated wealth of the myriad world's divine Tao systems, the refinement of the Spirit Sea world was several times faster than before, and this speed was still accelerating. Qin Feng benefited greatly from this process, and in the 8th scenery world, the gods of the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court also benefited immensely. It was worth mentioning that the myriad worlds auction house of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace played an unimaginable role in this process. Cross-world and cross-dimensional transactions could provide unimaginable wealth. 4,000 years later, the primordial chaos sea at the center of the 8th scenery world was the first to cross the Deshang realm and approach the Great Perfection realm. While Qin Feng was overseeing the Spirit Sea world and speeding up the refinement of the Spirit Sea world, the center of the chaos, the chaotic swirling sea, and the surrounding major chaos regions were also changing faster. News of the chaos epic transition began to spread from the central world of the chaotic swirling sea to the major chaos regions and countless worlds in the periphery of the chaos. Chaos was brewing in the various regions of the chaos. Undercurrents were surging. The chaos epic transition was like a sharp sword hanging over the head of any living being below the eternal realm, including the overgods. Once the chaos epic transition arrived, the intensity of the chaos epic transition in the past was so great that even the overgods would not be able to survive. After many overgods heard the news, some of them took the risk to break through to the eternal realm. Some entered the major chaos regions and wandered around in search of new epochs, while others urgently contacted the various powerful worlds. To the gods, having the protection of a powerful world and not having the protection of a world were two completely different outcomes in the chaos epic transition. Some of the most elite overgods began to plan for the worlds of the major chaos regions. They began to form a few mutated worlds like the overlords of the chaos regions and use them as vessels of chaos to resist the arrival of the chaos epic transition. Some of the major forces of this chaos era also began to move frequently and consolidate their resources. Chapter 1898. Killing sprung up in the major regions of the chaos. For a time, the chaos regions were filled with bloodshed. Many large worlds were reduced to ashes in this cruel battle for survival. The major regions were in turmoil. It was like the darkness before dawn. Spirit Sea World in the 9th region of the chaos also suffered a lot. Over the past 4,000 years, there were many powerful ancient creatures who tried to occupy the Spirit Sea World by attracting many worlds as a springboard. But they never came out of the Spirit Sea World. Some surrendered, while most stirred up trouble in the Spirit Sea World, trying to reach the peak of the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court. They were suppressed by the 8 lords of the 8th scenery world and turned into nourishment for the 8 scenery worlds, God realms, and spirit realm. Only a small number of existences saw that the situation was hopeless and escaped quietly. Even so, the situation in the Spirit Sea world wasn't without worries. At the center of the Spirit Sea world, in the primordial chaos ocean, the creation temple, the twin world trees exuded vast majesty like the roots of heaven and earth. They were rooted in the depths of the primordial chaos ocean and absorbed billions of primordial chi. Surging primordial chaos, primordial chi radiated from the twin world trees. Like a good cycle, they continuously provided the primordial chaos origin to the primordial chaos ocean. The ancient creation temple exuded majesty and primeval divine light. It seemed to be above the Spirit Sea world and countless other worlds, eternal and indestructible. During this process, the twin world trees seemed to be undergoing a kind of tempering and baptism. In just 4,000 years, they shrank from tens of thousands of feet to only 10,000 feet. Although it was only 10,000 feet, it was still incomparably grand and majestic in the creation temple. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the creation temple. If Qin Feng's aura, when he had just broken through, was piercing through the clouds and shaking the heavens, it was hard to look at him directly. But now, it was simple and unadorned, like an ordinary rock on a mountain that had weathered the wind and rain. It was hard to notice. The difference between the two realms was obvious. After 4,000 years of cultivation, Qin Feng's strength had increased, and he had touched a trace of the mysteries of an eternal true saint. His soul realm steadily increased. The universal gourd world scroll itself originated from a powerful ancient eternal expert. It was not surprising that he had touched upon the mysteries of the eternal true sage through it. An eternal sacred ancestor with an inheritance is indeed different from an eternal sacred ancestor without one. Given my current cultivation level and the Pantheon gourd, I can easily suppress him. Qin Feng thought to himself. The Pantheon gourd that Qin Feng was chanting in his heart was the world of the Spirit Sea under his command. The world of the Spirit Sea had gradually become a unique world. It had 2 forms, one of which was the world form. The second form was the form of a supreme treasure. It turned into a Pantheon gourd that could devour gods, refine saints, and refine all things. It was extremely terrifying. The Pantheon gourd is still growing. As the chaos epic changes, the more worlds it devours, the more powerful the Pantheon gourd becomes. But now, with the Spirit Sea devouring all the providence in Zone 9, the Pantheon gourd's growth has reached its peak. If I'm not wrong, Zone 9 will not become the next chaotic swirling sea and become the center of this dimension. In the temple, Qin Feng looked a little regretful. Then, another idea came to Qin Feng's mind. Maybe I should go out for a walk. Over the years, the Divine Path system and the Divine Ancestors avatars have been scattered across the chaos, and Qin Feng had obtained a lot of information. Not long ago, the Zone 10 next to Zone 9 had been unified and was rapidly devouring another major force in Zone 11. The Zone 10 was where a branch of the ancient god clan that had failed to invade the Spirit Sea was located. It would not be long before the ancient god world of the Zone 10 took over the resources of the Zone 10. Its cultivation level would soar, and it would not let go of the Spirit Sea of Zone 9 so easily. Forget it. It's useless to work behind closed doors. I might as well take advantage of the chaos epic change and walk around. Rumble. The young man's eyes flickered, and he walked out of the creation temple. As far as the eye could see, within the Spirit Sea, the 8 sceneries world was covered in divine light. Divine radiance circulated around the 8 sceneries world. Even in the vast chaos Zone 9, it was like a colossus. It was in the shape of a huge golden gourd, and it was constantly spitting out boundless chaotic energy. It was terrifying, no matter if it was a naturally born world or a world that had drifted over from the surrounding chaos zones. The moment they entered Zone 9, they would be swallowed by the huge golden gourd. It's a pity that the spirit sea world has refined the second form of the Pantheon gourd in the past 8,000 years, but it hasn't had the time to cultivate the nine heavens echo thunder god universal spell. Qin Feng looked at this scene from afar, and he was slightly fascinated. Compared to the Pantheon gourd, Qin Feng was more interested in the nine heavens echo thunder god universal spell, which was a powerful spell. However, apart from the central chaos primordial sea de Shang, the eighth scenery world had only just reached the intermediate stage. It wasn't even a de Shang, so it couldn't cultivate the nine heavens echo thunder god universal spell. A ray of light flew out of the golden gourd world and landed in the vast chaos. It was a young man in a gray robe. His robe fluttered in the wind, as if he had become one with the boundless chaos. He looked at the spirit sea world behind him and pointed at it. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the entire zone 9 shook. The huge world of the spirit sea left its original spot and flew out. It shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, it turned into a golden gourd about the size of a palm. It flowed with colorful light and appeared on the gray-robed young man's palm. Looking at the gourd and sensing the living beings and deities in the gourd's world, Qin Feng's eyes had a hint of a smile. The gourd had been refined by the spirit sea world and contained the power of a huge world. It could be used to smash things, absorb chaos, and refine the firmament. Although it was a small gourd, if it were to fall into the chaos, the entire ninth zone of chaos would be smashed into countless chaos fragments by the power of this golden gourd. Qin Feng wanted to put the gourd into his body, but Qin Feng gave up on the idea after a second thought. What a joke! A world-divine artifact like this carried the terrifying weight of a world. This wasn't an ordinary world, but a super-huge one. It could even shatter the chaos. Eternal's sacred ancestor's body couldn't possibly withstand such power. Qin Feng tied the gourd to his waist and disappeared in a flash. He turned into a ray of light and headed for the neighboring Zone 10. Chapter 1899. Chaos Zone 10. The turbulent chaos was like a dense ocean that flowed chaotically. It nurtured countless worlds and was the hotbed of countless worlds. With the chaos-swirling sea as the center, the various zones of the chaos were actually all chaos, but there were subtle differences. Only some ancient creatures that often traveled through the chaos zones could identify the direction. Rumble. The Chaos Zone 10 was very lively. Streams of light shuttled between the Chaos Zone 10 and the Chaos Zone 11. Many of the streams of light revealed a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There was no lack of people fighting in the chaos. On one side were ancient gods that were tens of thousands of feet tall and had unparalleled physical bodies. These ancient gods stepped on the chaos, and their physical bodies were extremely powerful. All kinds of ancient god battle sage battle techniques explored the power of their physical bodies to the extreme. With a raise of their hands, they could easily shatter the laws and break the chaos. When they appeared, they could even fight in pairs, fusing with each other, or even hundreds of times. Thousands of them fused together, becoming even more powerful ancient god heavenly kings and ancient god emperors. On the other side, the races were more mixed. There were countless races. There were humanoid, beast-like, tree-like, and all kinds of strange demon god true bodies. They drove chaos battleships or other strange weapons to fight the ancient gods. Some fought alone, while others formed a formation to resist the enemy. The battlefield stretched out. From the sounds of it, it was a huge force called the Nine Mysteries Universe in the Chaos Zone 11. A stream of light shuttled through the chaos at an extremely fast speed. It went from the Chaos Zone 9 to the edge of the Chaos Zone 10. A grand battlefield appeared in front of this stream of light. They're fighting. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. Rumble. A terrifying power shook. At this time, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away, attacking Qin Feng. A giant palm appeared from the gust of wind, silently attacking Qin Feng. It was an ancient god wrapped in endless blue light. Its power far exceeded that of an ordinary overgod. Its fierce eyes stared at Qin Feng with a ferocious look. It probably thought that Qin Feng was from the Nine Mysteries universe. Although he had been misunderstood, Qin Feng was too lazy to explain. Moreover, he had come here to find trouble. Someone making a move was exactly what he wanted. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his sleeve, hundreds of millions of purple, true lightning bolts blasted out, piercing through the ancient god's giant hand. As the ancient god roared in pain, the purple lightning smashed into the ancient god and tore his body apart. With a single blow, a paramount god was slain, and the experts from both sides of the battlefield were shocked to see this. But in the blink of an eye, the powerful ancient gods stared coldly at Qin Feng. Some of the peak paramount gods let out enraged howls and charged toward Qin Feng with the power of primal chaos, water, wind, and fire. No matter what, anyone who dared to kill an ancient god was a mortal enemy of the ancient god clan. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he waved his sleeve again, incomparably resplendent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of purple lightning bolts shot out. Bang! 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 Unable to put up any resistance, several peak paramount gods were instantly obliterated by the violet lightning and reduced to dust. In the depths of the primordial chaos, a peak paramount god was watching with rage. The remaining experts of the ancient god clan also sensed how terrifying this newcomer was. Streaks of light crisscrossed in the primal chaos, and in the blink of an eye, the ancient gods in front of the 10th zone vanished. As the experts of the Nine Mysteries universe watched in horror, a giant god hundreds of thousands of meters tall appeared. An aura that far surpassed that of ordinary eternal emperors appeared, approaching the level of an eternal Lord of Heaven. This giant god slammed his giant hand down at Qin Feng, seeming to shatter the heavens and shatter the primal chaos. In the Nine Mysteries universe, the two leaders of the eternal emperors were so pale they couldn't speak. Qin Feng was dressed in a gray robe, looking valiant and heroic. His expression didn't change in the slightest. In the face of that terrifying palm, he only smiled coldly. A bolt of purple lightning appeared in his palm, and he struck out. Boom! That ordinary-looking palm met the ancient god emperor's heaven-shaking, earth-shattering palm. There was a loud boom. The enormous ancient god emperor, hundreds of thousands of meters tall, exploded, and the tens of thousands of experts of the ancient god clan died. Even the strongest eternal emperor in the center was entangled by the purple lightning. His divine body was destroyed, leaving behind only his eternal soul. It was a terrifying scene. The essence of countless ancient gods scattered in all directions, turning the entire primal chaos battlefield into a sea of essence. I can't waste it. Seeing this, Qin Feng patted the gourd at his waist. A terrifying suction force appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the essence of the ancient gods was sucked clean. Countless ancient gods perished. The entire battlefield suddenly became empty. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the many god-fiend experts of the Nine Mysteries universe. His pale, golden eyes swirled, and a terrifying chill came from the depths of their hearts. They felt as if they were being watched by the god of death. The two eternal emperors wanted to say something, but when they reached their mouths, they felt as if their bodies had been frozen. They couldn't move, and they were horrified. Forget it. The essence of these people isn't that great. The feast is yet to come. Qin Feng looked at the 10th zone, a hint of eagerness in his cold golden eyes. Within the golden gourd, the 8 scenery worlds revolved, and the essence of the ancient gods within hundreds of thousands of miles was refined. With the support of this essence, the 8 scenery worlds' east scenery world broke through from medium scenery to Deshang. The golden gourd was clearly even more resplendent. In a flash, the gray light shot toward the 10th zone. Seeing this, The remaining two eternal emperors of the Nine Mysteries universe and the other god fiends heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as if they had just escaped death. What a terrifying person. It looks like he's going to seek revenge on the ancient god clan. It must be the ancient god clan who offended him. They're in for a treat. Let's hurry back and report to the Nine Mysteries Divine Ancestor. The two Nine Mysteries Divine Ancestors of the Eternal Nine Mysteries universe discuss for a moment, then led a large group of god fiends back to the Nine Mysteries universe in the 11th zone to report. In the 10th zone, large patches of purple lightning accompanied by a gray stream of light entered. Along the way, large swaths of ancient god experts were turned into pure essence of the ancient gods, which was absorbed by a golden gourd. Soon, they appeared outside the ancient god world in the center of the 10th zone. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.